Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. That's right, brothers and sisters. You are invited. I'm Elder Ricard Shiara, along with Elder Lawyer, for our weekly broadcast. And hey, what a broadcast we have for you this evening. I hope you all are ready to receive key info based on the topic. And brothers and sisters, some of what we will show this evening might be a little disturbed. You might be a little disturbed with some of what is going to come out. But it's important nonetheless for us to understand the powers that be. The power that be's conspiracy and their vices against the children of God. And that's who we are. We're the children of Israel. We're God's people, and we're back. The Bible tells us the mysteries that have been hid for ages and for generations have now been made manifest to His saints. The children of Israel are no longer asleep or dead in that grave, the valley of the dry bones. We have awakened. And because of this, the whole earth powers, the world powers, are now triangulating. They're now circling the wagons to hold on to any similitude of power they have left. So we use these particular broadcasts to actually open brothers and sisters' eyes, to have them understand, like Paul wrote in Ephesians, that we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but principalities and powers, the workers of darkness in high places. For years, our people, God's people, the Gentiles also, have been totally unaware of the occult and its significance and its everyday 24-hour imposition, or what you would call opposition to what's right. They're pressing us day and night, and they've had an agenda to destroy us from the beginning, knowing that the children of Israel would one day rise from the ashes. We're here now. And I hope brothers and sisters understand how important it is to protect our children from what always existed, because they're no longer hiding their true agendas against us. They are no longer hiding it. And that leads us to our topic this evening: the demonic witches of Babylon. The demonic witches of Babylon, okay, is what we're going in today, because these are they, from the feminine vibration that has been used covertly. They've been using, let me tell you folks, covertly, they've been operating amongst us the whole time, destroying us, picking us off one by one. And I'm speaking of the feminine. When you leave the feminine unchecked, just isolating or taking power isn't enough. And Satan understands this. With the Most High, there was always a balance. Masculine first. The Holy Spirit, feminine. It was always in control and in order with the Godhead. Okay? When you leave, when there's no balance, just getting power from the feminine isn't enough. Here lies the covert infantry that Satan uses within our community called witches. And we're going to show you today the impact they have on us, the influence they have on us, who they are, how to actually identify these witches, separate ourselves from them altogether, and we're going to also go into their origin with the inception, with the beginning of America. When did the witches leave Europe and stake ground here in America to begin their imposition against slaves? At one time, we being the holy people could identify a witch. But something happened where we allow these blood-sucking feminists to have political, religious power over our people, over our children. And it is as if we have totally lost cognizance of the danger witches bring. Could you be dropping your child off at daycare to a witch? Is it possible that when you go sign your child in school and speaking to the nurse, that you are entrusting your child's life with a witch? Are there witches in your family that you just see as normal people? It's regular. You know they're into all types of weird stuff, but yet you excuse it strictly by the fact that you know them and you know that whatever craft they're practicing will never be used against you personally. So do you widely accept it, realizing that, okay, it's not going to affect me? All right, are you married to a witch? Are you dating a witch? I have another one. Are you going to hell with the witches? 515-605-9327. I need you all to call in. Get those likes up, because before I go into it, I have video ready in tow. Elder and Lawyer and I were sitting here. We were rearranging the studio. We got a new studio we're working on. Thank you, Elder Lawyer, for that. And folks, hit the like button, number one, because before I delve into this, I'm going to need you to drive all the traffic here, because there's nothing more important than what we're bringing out right now. Identifying the demonic witches of Babylon. Is your mother a witch? If so, okay, she's your mother. You must honor your mother and father. But how do you now draw the line on how much influence and how much power they have in your home? Keep in mind, witches embodies the spirit of feminism. It's all about control. It's all about taking power, and no power that's taken is ever enough. They want blood, literally. And we're just let me tell you, we're just lax in this. Not being able to identify how they're operating and has worked systematically with the devil to implode our communities. And this is all happening right under our noses when we send our children to college, when we send them to school, how they're being initiated into all these sexual perversions and all this, doing things that weren't taught in the home. Now, before I go in, hold on, let me see how many people we have here. Okay, come on now, y'all gonna have to help us out. We already have in here, let me look at it. We have 50, oh, y'all doing a real good job in likes. I thank you, I appreciate it. As you come in, hit the likes, y'all doing a great job. We already got 1,600 people in here in a matter of seconds. So, before I cue the video, before we cue the video, all right, let me first open it up to give and lawyer, you can do the same, an appreciative, hearty thank you for all the brothers and sisters who completed the 12-week Hebrew and Bible Academy. I mean, you wouldn't believe some of the email we're getting concerning some of the key info that went out for that last 12 weeks. And we're going to start another one October 11th. Folks, let me tell you something. We went all the way into the 4 beasts of Daniel. We went all the way in, going into the secrets of the times. I was very careful on how much information I could drop at one time with secrets of the time, especially coming off that break in between the tabernacles. And I didn't want brothers and sisters to panic, breaking down that last 35 Jubilees and how close we are to the end of it. But we were able to isolate it down to the calendar, or the people that actually kept track of the last Jubilee correctly, give or take a few years. Okay. And we're near the end of that 1,750 years. Okay. That 35 Jubilees that was prophesied that we would go through. Okay. When Daniel talked about that 70 weeks, guess what? You got 35 weeks between the time we received the law and the birth of Christ, and another 35 years from 35 Jubilees, from Christ's birth to his coming, which breaks down to a Jubilee, 1,750 calendar years. Folks, we even went into the history in the books we have to prove that the Roman Empire during the 7th century, early 7th century, purposely took 300 years from the calendar. So that when they enslaved the children of Israel, knowing that we would follow the Bible, we would believe we were eventually beyond the time Christ said he would return for us. We're not in the year 2020. And that's nothing hard to understand, because if you were to, on your own, folks, if you were on your own to just go into the current year globally, every society throughout the earth or government throughout the earth has a different date. It's 2020 here, and it can be an entirely different date someplace else. The same exact time. We're not in 2020, folks. And we proved that last week in the academy. And guess what? We have drilled down on the correct calendar and who kept the close dates after the Roman Catholic Church went off and began to split during the 7th century, where one church kept the dates and another, the evil Roman Empire, the Vatican, purposely began to create stories that they would fill in the gap of 300 years with to teach us these lies in captivity. Hebrew and Bible Academy, folks. We go into the history books. Brothers and sisters are sending me books all over the place. We go into the Jewish Encyclopedia to let you know, to actually give you the insight to brothers and sisters. Everything we're teaching, it come to find out the Jewish people already knew it. I'm talking about the Jewish rabbis, the historians, the archaeologists know beyond any shadow of a doubt that we are the children of Israel. They know it. And when it comes up, they try to act perplexed and surprised, and they try to divert you from the points. And then they'll go into, well, Middle Eastern Arabs, they could have been Middle Eastern because they know the majority of black people in America didn't go to the Middle East, and speak to the Middle Easterns who will tell you, we know for sure that blacks in America are the Jews. So they'll lie to us over here. Folks, this next academy, if the Most High give us another, some internet for the next 3 months based on what's going on, who knows? This next academy, folks, I'm going to tell you right now. Elder Lawyer already broke it down. This is what we're going into. Mm-hmm. We're going to go into the Old Testament, breaking down, check this out, Elder Lawyer, the kings of Israel, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Breaking down all the kings, one at a time. The righteous and the unrighteous. And when I went into the kings, and I have a chart on it, and you get this in the academy if you come, you can realize, folks, everything that led to our fall amongst the kings of Israel is what we suffer from as kings in exile in America. The same mistakes our kings made that led us here is the same mistakes we continue to make that keeps us under the Gentiles' oppression. But since we didn't know we were the kings, because we thought we were Hamites or Gentiles and all we claim to be kings and queens, but have no history to back it up. Well, folks, I'm going into the kings of Israel, good, bad, and the ugly, in this academy, so you can see how close in character and how in decision making and all that, even in our ignorance. And I'm talking about the good kings. Even in our ignorance, we exhibit some of that royalty that was amongst the kings of Israel. So I'm not just going to highlight the bad stuff. Just the way the sisters like to dress and how they like to put on certain things and how they know that there's more to them than what we've learned in slavery. And automatically the whole world follow our sisters when it comes to fashion and how they walk and how they talk. And imagine if you had that influence for righteousness, because we're about to go into the witches. We'll show you what happens when it goes left. Mm-hmm. We're going into that. And another thing I want to highlight, which is I think it's going to be one of the more, resonating historical lessons we've had to date when it comes to history, archaeology, as well as breaking down the Bible concerning the fourth beast, Esau. Rome, the unholy city, the scarlet city holding the golden dagger, or the blood-stained dagger, more so. The scarlet dagger of Rome. How Esau have always targeted our people. And that leads us to our broadcast today, the demonic witches of Babylon. Okay. Now, if you would like to get in, because we have a bonus lesson, that bonus lesson is going to be the tribes of Judah, or the kings of Judah. But also, as a caveat, we're going into the Hyksos period, identifying the true Pharaoh that was the Pharaoh over Egypt during the time of Moses. Groundbreaking information, and he wasn't from Egypt, folks. We're going to break that out during the Hyksos period. And we're going to identify the witches during the time of Egypt, Elder Lawyer, who was using all types of potions and stuff to seduce Joseph when he came into Egypt. Mm-hmm. The witches and the witches and the sorcerers and all that. We're going all the way in. You don't want to miss it. And I'm putting it out there now because I don't want you to just crash the website trying to get in the last moment. If you get in by the 9th, only if the people get in by the 9th, your enrollment have to be by the 9th. We start the 11th. where we give you the bonus material. And that's our gift to you for enrolling and not having our administration have to work overtime for 48 hours straight because you decided to come in the last minute. So again, that's right, historytimes.org. Let me type this in the chat so you all can have it. historytimes.org. Let me put it in here again so you all can have it. One moment. historytimes.org. Right? And what I want to do tonight, even through the phone calls, just so that others can understand who haven't been a part of the academy. If you have been in the academy and you're calling in on topic, that's fine, because I need people to focus on the topic. If you've been in the academy and you're calling in, I need you to let brothers and sisters know what in particular you found out during that 12 weeks you didn't know before. What resonated with you in the academy for the last 3 months? What give us a few things, not to take up the whole, because I want to keep this on code, on subject. But I need, because sometimes feedback is good. I need you to tell us what resonated and what did you receive out of this academy within the 3 months. And make sure you add that into your commentary as we stay within the bounds of this particular broadcast. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, Gaja, I know you're there. Now, and yes, last but not least, what I didn't break down dealing with this Secrets of the Times is the judgment of the Nephilim. When it said how long they would be in the earth and when they were released. I didn't go there because I didn't want to panic people, right? When it comes to time. I thought about it, I'm like, I'm going to hold that back for a moment. But we may have to drop that. I'll drop it in the academy, next academy, and then subsequent to that, on a Sabbath, I'll break that down after that. Okay? So that we can just deal with the time. Folks, the calendars that we made are right on point. They're right on point, folks. But I digress. Now, jumping right in. We over 2,200 current viewers. Thank you. We welcome you, brothers and sisters. Thank you all. Hit the like button as you come in. Y'all doing a great job. Jumping right in, the demonic witches of Babylon. Is your mama practicing witchcraft without you even knowing it? Do your mama light certain candles with different colors for good luck? Do you have no people in your home for no reason at all? When you go in there, they're burning incense and they're burning different types of sages and all that. I know it probably smell good, right? What is that connection with the occult? How can you identify witches amongst you? What is the ties between witches, abortion, total anarchy and confusion and destruction of all that's right? Well, it first started when, I'm talking about for America. When the so-called Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, such as those like Thomas Paine, Benjamin Franklin and others from the Hellfire Club of England, said that when they come to America, they need to conceal their true occult agenda through their universities. So they would make everyone or the citizens of the New World believe that the country was built on Judeo-Christian values, but in fact, controlled by occultists. We've been lied to. We've been lied to. Now, When it comes to warfare, brothers and sisters, you can usually see a strong man coming and prepare and brace yourself for the fight. But boy, if they could get their witches in line and say, you know what? If we put our witches in position of power, they'll never see us coming. We'll have the feminists, the Satanists, the feminine Satanists break down our society first and break down the black women first, and then we'll come in with the armies subsequent to totally crush them when the other boot drop. So our infantry to destroy mankind, especially the black man, will be who? Witches. Elder Lawyer, you have anything to say before I start going in here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As we were discussing earlier, some of the things we also wanted to kind of get into in the course of this conversation. You were mentioning something as far as what are some of the, I guess you would say, what are some of the bait they use in order to gain entry into our community? We know that Satan, for different communities, for different ethnicities, he uses different bait. Whether you're Caucasian, Gentile, Asian, so on and so forth, he may use one particular bait to pull you in to the witchcraft and the sorcery. But what does he use to begin to really pull us in and get us associated and make us feel proud and make us feel enlightened and empowered through the use of these particular forms of craft? And I think that's something we'll delve into a bit later in this in the discussion.
Exactly, because when it comes down to it, we as a people need to identify the spiritual enemies. To isolate them, identify them to our children, and protect our family at all costs from them. Because the difference between you and them is that they have intentions, they have agendas amongst you. They're not like you just looking to gain a friend or just, happily just conversating and being around other people. As a matter of fact, years ago, we showed a video of witches who clearly said, well, listen, we go into the churches and join churches with the full intention of committing fornication and shutting churches down. Okay? Convincing someone in a prestigious position to compromise themselves sexually because these witches are willing to give up their body for power, to take down for their God, Satan, Pan. So they came out and told the preacher straight out, that's right, we join your church because you readily just allow us in and you're just happy that new people come around, not realizing that there's clear signs we are of the occult. And we'll come through, be quiet, we'll sing in your choir, we'll dance with you, we'll even eat in your homes. And guess what? We'll turn your sons out. These are witches. We'll turn your daughters out. They say, listen, we do it all. We do men, women, children. It doesn't matter. We've shut, they come straight out and witches will tell you, we come in your church with open arms with you welcoming them. And guess what? We've shut many churches down, especially the black churches. We're used to shut the black churches down. I'm going to get that video, folks. You talking about the white man and all that. The white man can just sit back and sit in infantry. Nice little tight clothes, make sure their body's right, whatever the case is, whatever needed to shut them down. The demonic witches of Babylon. Look at your screen. And please, brothers and sisters, understand that some of this stuff is disturbing, but we're going to first go into the introduction of witchcraft that was woven in the fabric of America. And while we were picking cotton and all that, not even thinking about these people that, that many teachers, many prophets warned us of. There was a reason why our grandparents, great-great-grandparents told us not to go over the tracks amongst these KKK members, these ritualistic Satanists. Here we go.
Entering the modern era, in 15th century Italy, Pope Innocent VIII was so concerned about the rise of witchcraft that he commissioned Kramer and Sprenger's famous Malleus Maleficarum, a treatise on witchcraft. Commissioned in 1484, the treatise repeatedly links witchcraft to abortion and child sacrifice. Witches who were midwives in various ways kill the child conceived in the womb and procure an abortion. During the reign of Louis XIV, for example, there was a network of occult activity involving abortion and infanticide that reached even into the king's courts. Investigating a series of suspicious deaths, the Lieutenant General of the police in Versailles was led to Madame de Montespan, Louis's favorite lover, and then to La Voisin, a practicing witch and abortionist who had provided the poisons used in the murders. Upon further investigation, he learned that the abortion services were connected with satanic rituals and being primarily performed for members of the aristocracy.
Puis-je vous présenter Catherine Dessay, veuve Monvoisin, dit La Voisin. Spécialiste des poudres de succession, bouillon de 11 heures, aiguilles et autres instruments, messe noire.
C'est une condamnation.
Non, c'est ma raison sociale.
Elle est tout sans danger.
Je le garantis. Comme le dit madame, rien ne vaut une empoisonneuse pour éviter d'être empoisonnée.
The following is the testimony of La Voisin's daughter at the subsequent trial. At one of Madame de Montespan's masses, I saw my mother bring an infant, obviously premature, and place it over a basin over which his throat was slit and its blood drained into the chalice. Note that the child was premature, likely the victim of one of the many abortions La Voisin had performed. Then the cup filled with the baby's blood was lifted up to heaven, and this invocation was given. Hail, Ashtaroth and Asmodeus, princes of friendship. I conjure you to accept the sacrifice of this child in return for the favors asked of you. Ashtaroth was the goddess wife of Moloch. Asmodeus is a transliteration of the Hebrew name for a demon that is normally associated with lust. Aborted children, as well as infants purchased from prostitutes and the very poor, were being sacrificed in a satanic ritual designed to grant spiritual power to the practitioners. At her trial, La Voisin confessed that no less than 2,500 babies had been disposed of in this manner. Historians debate whether these tales of satanic masses and rumors of ritual infant sacrifice are in fact reliable. Were they coaxed out of frightened witnesses by the Lieutenant General of the police in Versailles, who used torture as part of his interrogation techniques? Or were these simply folk rituals combined with elements of the Catholic Mass that served to assuage the conscience of La Voisin as she came to terms with the moral implications of the many abortions she had performed? In the book Affair of the Poisons, Murder, Infanticide, and Satanism in the Court of Louis XIV, author Anne Somerset offers this explanation. La Voisin appears genuinely to have believed in the power of magic, but she combined this with an outward profession of piety. As the circumstances of her arrest suggested, she was a regular churchgoer, and her answers to her interrogators would abound with devout sentiments and respectful invocations of the good Lord. When she finally began to make significant revelations, she would claim she was doing so for the glory of the Lord, who had commanded her to heed his will as she knelt in prayer. Earlier in her career, her readiness to imply that she was in tune with the workings of providence had stood her in good stead, for clients were comforted by her apparent belief that her personal activities were compatible with Christianity. It may be that La Voisin herself was scarcely aware of any contradiction. Once, having assisted at an abortion, she was said to have wept tears of joy when the midwife in attendance baptized the fetus. Far from being troubled at having terminated the unborn child's existence, she exulted in having been instrumental in securing its salvation. Witchcraft, black masses, infant blood sacrifice, it does seem far-fetched. It's no wonder that some historians are skeptical. But when we consider the culture of the time, the picture comes into sharper focus. The French Renaissance saw the revival of interest in the Greek and Roman gods. King Louis XIV himself loved paintings with mythological themes and had a particular fascination with the sun god Apollo. In paintings of that era, Louis is portrayed as the Sun King. La Voisin, no doubt, shared Louis's fascination with pagan gods and goddesses. She mixed this with a kind of folk witchcraft, herbalism, astrology, and the concoction of love potions and various poisons, including potions used to save the unborn child's existence. She exulted in having been instrumental in securing its salvation. Witchcraft, black masses, infant blood sacrifice, it does seem far-fetched. It's no wonder that some historians are skeptical. But when we consider the culture of the time, the picture comes into sharper focus. The French Renaissance saw the revival of interest in the Greek and Roman gods. King Louis XIV himself loved paintings with mythological themes and had a particular fascination with the sun god Apollo. In paintings of that era, Louis is portrayed as the Sun King. La Voisin, no doubt, shared Louis's fascination with pagan gods and goddesses. She mixed this with a kind of folk witchcraft, herbalism, astrology, and the concoction of love potions and various poisons, including potions used to induce abortion. La Voisin's vocation as a poisoner is, in fact, the most documented element of the affair. The 1997 film Marquis depicts the story of a young actress, played by Sophie Marceau, who purchases poison from La Voisin in order to murder her husband so she might be free to marry her lover. Likely in the minds of La Voisin and others who practice these abominations, they were doing a good thing in providing abortion to women whose children were products of adultery, fornication, and incest. Whether or not these dark ceremonies incorporating the blood of babies butchered through abortion were consciously meant to be satanic, only God knows. But what is apparent is that elements of witchcraft and pagan religion were interspersed with Christian rituals in order to justify the horrific crime of child murder. But is this really that different from what we still see going on today?
We're here at the Orlando Women's Center. I'm a part of a team that meets here on Saturday mornings. I've had people stand here and tell me on numerous occasions that they're sure that they're sending their baby straight to heaven, that their baby is in the arms of Jesus from coming to this abortion clinic and killing their baby. I've spoken to pastors about this, and some well-known ones that are absolutely in shock and cannot believe that somebody that claims to be a Christian could believe such a thing.
Is that actually working?
The notorious abortionist George Tiller, who was shot to death in 2009, employed a resident chaplain in his late-term abortion clinic. Observers outside the clinic would note the frequent smoke arising from an incinerator chimney as babies were cremated inside the building. Tiller's website advertised baptisms, funeral services, celebrations, and blessings for the aborted fetus prior to being burned in the incinerator. Whether intentional or naive, blatant or hidden, there is a growing association of abortion with these bizarre religious rituals, including witchcraft. This abortion clinic in Seattle, Washington, Aradia Women Health Center, for example, was named for the goddess associated with witchcraft. Aradia is an alleged figure of Italian folklore in Charles Godfrey Leland's Aradia, or the Gospel of the Witches. According to Leland, Aradia is the daughter of the goddess Diana and Lucifer, who came to earth to teach witchcraft to her oppressed worshipers.
Mother Diana, queen of witches, stars in the heavens.
Yeah, we ain't going there. The queen of witches. They talk about Ashtoreth and that connection to abortion. Oh, y'all didn't know that was witchcraft. Y'all didn't know that that was a craft in which 3 witches from pagan covens associated with the particular abortion clinic, while a baby is being aborted, they go out at a proximity according to their pagan rituals in a triangle so that they can pray that the soul of the baby goes into some type of gate or gate to hell to not testify against them. Man, I looked up this stuff this morning. I'm like, what? This thing is deeper than I have a right to choose, or my career, or that I have to do this because he don't want it, or whatever the case is, or free love, and because I made a mistake that night, I'm fixing the mistake. That's what it is to you. But to them, they actually pray for the blood of children and their souls to go to hell for favors. They do this for favors, according to their craft. So while an abortion is going on one hand, that has nothing to do with these 3 witches that's a part of your abortion clinic, when they know it's happening, the high priest or priestess, whoever is killing the baby, in advance, when they have the schedule, they give 3 witches of a coven to go into an area to create what they call a vortex to hell. And they go in a triangular position, a certain feet from each other, to do a certain prayer to Ashtoreth, the goddess, to have the baby's soul, to take the energy of the child and banish the child in hell so it doesn't testify against them. Huh? Now, look at this now. Look at this. Wow, this is crazy. Yes, it is crazy. And because you had no idea that this was an occult ritual. Mm-hmm. Right? You have to realize, brothers and sisters, when they set this thing up, they knew that our people would one day come to the knowledge of the truth. And they needed a mechanism, some type of systematic eugenics in place to kill the sons, particularly the sons. They really focus on the sons. Okay? To stop what they would call the Messiah rising from the womb of our women. And this is why disproportionately, folks, there's a lot more, especially in the black community, there's more women than it is for men, than there are men. They've been targeting the womb and killing young babies for a long time, young men, afraid, really afraid of people like myself, Elder Lawyer, and others coming through who the Spirit of the Most High would utilize to help free the people through the Word of God. They tried to kill Moses. They tried to kill Abraham at birth. Nimrod did. Esau, who's Herod, he was Jewish, Herod, the Idumean, the grandson of Antipater, an Idumean, which is an Edomite, sanctioned the wise men to find Christ to kill him. The Roman Empire was looking to kill him for their god, Satan, Lucifer, Zeus, Yahweh. Look at your screen. I know it's just disturbing, but work with us. I'm only going to go through this. And let me ask you, folks, this is just one component, abortion. But let me tell you, everything we're seeing, the implosion of the world right now, the Marxist agenda to implode all that's right, the transgender movements, the total destruction of family, the burning of businesses, everything you see in the earth right now isn't because of a white man killed or a white cop killed George Floyd or Breonna Taylor died. This has nothing to do with any of this, folks. This is a witch-led agenda against all that's right, out of their own mouths.
That's right.
Because, especially our young ladies, we had a generation that aspired to send our young ladies to college. Not realizing that they're being radicalized by these white Satanist, blood-drinking, liberal witches. And our people sometimes, brothers and sisters alike, will do anything to be accepted amongst those of what we would proclaim as higher ilk. And sometimes a white person is enough higher ilk for us to compromise our morality for. You weren't accepted readily in certain areas in your community, and these witches are able to point you out, sniff you out at a drop of a dime, and know that you're looking for a sense of belonging. And they'll see you, freshmen in college, and they'll bring you into their circles and say, we have a committee, can you come amongst this? We want, and this, because we have to speak against injustices, and we have a committee, and we need minority participants to be a part of this so that we can march against Trump or march against white people, and they'll go into the white supremacy. And you thinking, you sitting back saying, well, yeah, you were sitting there by yourself in a lunchroom, you were by yourself in the library, not realizing that you were studied for a long period. Even before you went into college, they had your dossier. And the deans knew that one day they would send witches amongst you based on your ideology in high school or whatever the case is, and the fact that you felt isolated amongst your community before college. Let me tell you, the colleges are actually radicalizing our young ladies and turning them into witches to progress the agenda. Because like I said before, you will see a white man coming a million miles away. But what about the daughter you just sent to college? You're going to invite her to dinner. You're going to invite her back from school, not seeing that she's not the daughter you sent to college. She's been freaked out. Her mind is demented. She has picked up satanic ideology. Let's go in now.
If I could mention as you pull this up, okay, 2 points off of what you just stated.
Yeah.
And this is not to isolate. This is not to try to be racist or point out a particular group of people that are usually in place to radicalize our people, whether it be male, female of our community. Usually it tends to be white, liberal, Jewish professors who are associated, who dabble in that particular realm, and they will use certain ideologies, as you mentioned, racist, white supremacy, and things of that nature as a tool, going back to what we stated earlier, as far as some of the things they use to pander and use as a bait to pull us into the witchcraft. They'll kind of, they'll somehow, some way try to coddle you and make you feel that they understand your oppression and they understand your victimhood and what you've gone through. And then they'll try to switch that with now empowerment.
Yeah.
And that empowerment just so happens to be some form of craft, some form of sorcery, or something that now makes you feel as though you have a tool that can somehow overcome white supremacy.
Look at your screen. There's more. I need y'all to hear this young lady who was probably sent to college, had some level of intelligence in our communities, and we say, well, she's a smart one, she's going to do great. Sent her to college, and look what she's been radicalized into.
Ultimately, your sympathies do not lie with black people. They lie with your racist, white, middle-class agenda, and that's where it will always lie, and you will be destroyed holding that line.
Okay, I adopted 2 children.
Oh, good for you, white savior. Aren't you so proud?
They're not white.
Exactly, he's not white. Exactly, you're a white savior. You think that it is the white man's duty to fix everybody's problems, right?
How many did you adopt?
How many did I adopt? I kill my kids.
She does what?
Think that it is the white man's duty to fix everybody's problems, right?
How many did you adopt?
How many did I adopt? I kill my kids.
She do what? Oh, it's coming
Savior,
through.
you think that it is the white man's duty to fix everybody's problems, right?
How many did you adopt?
How many did I adopt? I kill my kids.
Whoa, she does what? She kill her kids. And if you think that's something, hip hop. Here's Azealia Banks. Azealia Banks. Let's see what's going on in the hip hop world. Young lady, much talent, well spoken. Let's see if she's using her wisdom, her femininity for righteousness. Azealia Banks, folks.
The amount of crap that's about to come off my floor right now, guys.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, there will be, if I'm not mistaken, there's going to be a little profanity here, so we just want to
Okay.
make sure that.
If I hear or if I sense profanity, what I'll do is I'll speak in the midst of that to just to cover it up. Okay. I hope sometime with these witches you never know, so I'll try to be. I'll try to hone in on when I believe it's about to. She's about to spew her satanic vulgarity.
The amount of crap that's about to come off my floor right now, guys. Oh my God. 3 years worth of brujeria. Yes, I gotta scrape all this shit up.
Oh.
I got my sandblaster, my goggles. It's about to go down. Real witches do real things.
Real witches do real things. She have to get 3 years of sacrifice out of her closet. Hip hop, folks.
The amount of crap that's about to come off my floor right now, guys. Oh my God. 3 years worth of brujeria. Yes, I gotta scrape all this shit up. I got my sandblaster, my goggles. It's about to go down. Real witches do real things.
Real witches do real things. So is this something celebrated amongst our people? How is it this girl has an audience amongst our people? That's enough. She's trying to get up all the sacrifices she did for the last 3 years. Oh, we have something else. Look what we have here. Look what we have here, folks. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Let's bring this up to date, Elder Lawyer. Let's bring this to now.
Do witches run Black Lives Matter?
And maybe I'm sharing too much, but we become very intimate with the spirits that we call on regularly, right? Like each of them seems to have a different presence and personality. I laugh a lot with Waukesha, And I didn't meet her in her body, right? I met her through this work.
It's a very important practice. Hashtags are for us are way more than a hashtag. It is literally almost resurrecting a spirit so they can work through us to get the work that we need to get done. I started to feel personally connected and responsible and accountable to them, both from a deeply political place, but also from a deeply spiritual place. And always, you know, in my tradition, you offer things that your loved one who passed away would want, you know, whether it's like honey or tobacco, things like that. And it's so important, not just for us to be in direct relationship to our people who've passed, but also for them to know we've remembered them. I believe so many of them work through us.
Black Lives Matter is ran by 3 witches who are lesbian witches: Alicia Garza, Patrice Cullors, and Opa Tometi. She's of Nigerian descent. They are all 3 are part of the Black Boule Secret Society, and there are witches, there are warlocks in the entire spiritual dogma or doctrine of Black Lives Matter is from the West African religion called Odu Ifa, capital O-D-U, then spacing capital I-F-A. But over 3,000 different religions in Africa, or Akibalon, is rooted in witchcraft and divination.
I feel like in our traditional practice, and people who practice, you know, traditions from West African places, one of the big things is remembering your ancestors. And I feel like part of the story in the building of BLM was about remembering and remembering our people, not based off of a white supremacist memory, which would be about, you know, slandering them and putting their names in the newspaper and showing their mugshots, but instead remembering them from the place that their mothers and their fathers and their family would want us to remember them, and even if we didn't know them personally.
So these 3 witches, Alicia Garza, Opa Tometi, and Patrice Cullors, are using the psyop of the witchcraft religion of Odu Ifa, which concentrates on 16 points of demonic possession and demonic influence through demonic performance of what? Libations. Because the term libation means the liquid of darkness.
When we come out into the streets and we pray, you know, the first thing that we do when we hear of a murder is we come out, we pray, we pour libation, we build with the community where the person's life was stolen. And it took almost a year for me to realize that this movement is much more than a racial and social justice movement. At its core, it's a spiritual movement, because we're literally standing on spilled blood, right?
Yeah.
And you can't pretend like that's work that's just like some organizing work. That's, you know, that's some serious stuff, right?
Wow. They give libations, they pour liquid, what they say, unto the gods of Africa. It's all built on witchcraft.
When we say the names, right? So we speak their names, we say her name, say their names, we do that all the time, that you kind of invoke that spirit, and then those spirits actually become present with you, right?
So then Black Lives Matter has 16 chapters in the United States and in Canada, which each chapter represents a name of a god or goddess in the Ifu religion called Odu Ifu, which has 16 points, 16 chapters of demonic possession. Black Lives Matter, they're operating through both omnikinesis and telekinesis. It's witchcraft. Where do they go to create create mayhem and destruction. They send witches, and every satellite head, every person of these 16 chapters of Black Lives Matter, they are a witch and a warlock. So with Black Lives Matter, they have molded themselves after a serpentine psychology. All three of these women are witches. They're warlocks.
Spirituality is at the center of Black Lives Matter. And I think that's not just for us. I feel like so many leaders and so many organizers are deeply engaged in a pretty important spiritual practice. I don't think I could do this work without that. I don't think I could do it as long as I've done it and as consistently. It feels like if I didn't do that, it would be antithetical to this work.
She just said that she didn't think that she could actually do any of these protests or anything without this witchcraft invoking the spirits of the dead. So it's not about George Floyd. It's not about Breonna Taylor. It's not about anything of what they're saying. It's about us participating in their rituals to do what? These seances to call the spirits to the earth, to fight against righteousness. It has nothing to do. It's about them actually getting us to participate in their rituals. And she says she don't think she could do this work without it. I used to wonder, like, how is it they're rioting in England based on some black guy or black woman dying here, or rioting in another remote country like Australia or any other place, when they have nothing, when one has nothing, their plight has nothing to do with our plight. It's the energy that Satan is using. So they trigger us to get us out based on what can incinerate a society. They know that racism is a trigger for black people.
Exactly.
So in order for them to deal with their implosion of America, they must trigger us into their ritual.
Exactly.
Now, when I say implosion of America, it's not like I'm saying, well, we need to stop them to save America.
Right.
Because it doesn't stop here.
Exactly.
It's them working to attack all that is right. They're going to aim their vitriol against the righteous to do what? To kill the children. That's what it's about. The next generation is the generation for the kingdom. Our children are the kingdom children. So they're using witches as infantry to get to them.
Black Lives Matter, to defeat the ANC, you can't defeat these organizations through the barrel of a gun. You can only defeat the ANC and Black Lives Matter through spiritual warfare.
In the Bible, both the Old and New Testament,
Now, he made a point. You cannot defeat them on a physical level. They can't, they could never be defeated on a physical level. He says this is a spiritual warfare. You see how she said that really spirituality is at the center of the Black Lives Matters movement? This is a spiritual movement. You can't beat this politically. So what was set in place to oppose them at one point was the black churches, where 80% of those who actually go out religiously each week to serve Christ, believing in Christ and God. So they knew the only spiritual opposition would come through us. So they began to concentrate on imploding the black churches, putting deviants and perverts and thieves in place to implode the churches altogether. It's to a degree where churches are using their particular buildings for Black Lives Matters rallies. What infiltration? You have pastors supporting Black Lives Matter, not realizing that everything Black Lives Matter was created to destroy the believers in Christ and God. The witches of Babylon. And folks, I'm going to tell you what I'm dealing with right now that y'all probably can't see with your own eyes. This is the first time in any of our broadcasts in which they won't even allow me to see the chat. You all are chatting. And I'm sitting here from one computer to the next, and it's our platform, but they're not allowing us to actually have control over the chat room right now. That's how deep this is. I know when they seen this particular title, they was like, yo, let's hone in on this particular broadcast because they are about to expose our greatest weapon, the witches. They are about to expose the greatest weapons that are used covertly to implode society, the witches. Here it is. I haven't seen a chat in the last 30, 40 minutes yet. The same stuff coming up where they won't even allow me to see the chat. But you know what? Doesn't matter. We're going to expose this today. Elder Lawyer, before we bring some calls in, you have anything to say here?
Yes, sir. Going back to the Azealia Banks video, you were mentioning, or you asked the question, where did she get this from? And the question is there a certain segment of our society amongst the 12 tribes of Israel that actually cultivates this type of, I guess you would say, this type of activity? Well, when you go to the Bible, it says in Genesis 49:5, Simeon and Levi. Now, the Bible highlights these two tribes, but it's not exclusive to these two tribes. However, the Bible does make mention of two particular tribes of Israel who would be heavily influenced in dealing in this type of craft. It says here, instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not thou into their secret, unto their assembly, their witchcraft, their sorcery, their voodoo, their Santeria. Okay, for in their anger, or it says, my honor be not thou united, for in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they dig down a wall. Okay, so there's a certain element of our society that is actually connected with this type of craft, which goes into the BLM video, where they tried to make an association between our people in West Africa and the practice of witchcraft, as if this is something that is inherently a part of our heritage.
Yeah.
And at some point, we did delve into that, but this is showing some of the elements that they will use in order to try to endear us to the witchcraft and the sorcery. This is what we were dealing with our ancestors in Africa. Yeah. My ancestors worked through me. And when you hear people talking like that, ancestor worship, making you believe that this is something spiritual, this is something connected with our particular heritage, understand you're dealing with a witch. And this is common, or this is a language that we hear very often out of the conscious community. People talking about their ancestors. I believe the ancestors are working through me, and I got the power of the ancestors behind me. That person, and when you hear people say that, you're dealing with a witch and a warlock.
Yeah. Like, I want to say something on that, because what they'll do is to endear us to it, to make us believe it's something high level connected to black people. You'll hear them disguise their deceit, their wicked practices, which leads to the destruction of our people. They will connect it with what they call African spirituality, and they'll try to claim it been around a long time, even before the Bible. And then somebody with no sense will be like, well, we were dealing with it before. It was before the Bible. Yes, there was evil before the Bible. See, when you do the research, you have to understand that when they go into Ogun, which is of spiritual, which the spiritual god over what they call this so-called African spirituality, Ogun is Azazel, the fallen angel.
That's right.
So they go into those, and they go. So he may be called something different. The reason why the European powers, the Rosicrucians, the demons, Esau and all of them will allow black people to do this is because these are the guys that have directly empowered the white man, Europe, the Europeans. They deal with these gods and these orishas and all that on the next level directly. So that's why they allow our black witches to say, well, it's African spirituality, because they know on a higher level, these demons, these gods, these orishas and all that have empowered the white man over us. These are the gods and goddesses that the Pope sacrificed to. that the Catholics burn candles to. It's just because it's an African name doesn't mean it's something that we should ascribe to.
Exactly.
Now, they deal with what? They deal with Ogun. That's Azazel, the scapegoat. Azazel is bound in hell right now. He's prayed to as who? Osiris in Egypt under the Great Pyramid. But our people call him Ogun. You didn't do the research. You are worshiping a fallen angel. That's why you see the Black Lives Matter doing plays showing themselves black with wings as a fallen angel because they worship Ogun, the fallen angel. And then after that, see, I'm giving you a name to it so that you don't fall victim to their deceit. And then they got the Orishas. The Orishas are the Nephilim, the demons or the spirits that came from the fallen angels.
Exactly.
So when they say Orishas and all that, and they talk about the mother spirit and all that, that's Semiramis or Ashtoreth, the sacrifice deity. Where our God told us to stay away from these practices because she requires blood. She requires children. That's where you get the abortions from and what we mentioned earlier. So when they go into the female deity, that's the deity in another name as Ashtoreth, who requires blood sacrifice, who the Catholics call her Mary. But it's not the Mary in the Bible. It's them hiding Ashtoreth, the child sacrifice goddess. So be very careful when you hear this stuff about black spirituality. They try to empower you to make you believe that, okay, this is something black that we should go into to oppose white supremacy. White supremacy wouldn't allow these women to be in position to do what they're doing if it wasn't for their cause and the gods they worship. These are witches. Go ahead, Elder Lloyd.
Yes, sir. Some other things we saw in the BLM video. Ancestor worship. We know that's witchcraft. Seducing spirits, familiar spirits. What did she call this demon that manifests herself? Boquisha or something like that, she said it was?
Yeah.
Some Tyrika or some mad name she gave this demon that reveals itself unto her, that causes her to laugh, whoever she stated. Another thing that, again, when you're dealing with this so-called African spirituality, or any level of, even in the New Age movement, they have these things of familiar spirits that manifest themselves as either your grandmother or your aunt or something of that nature in order, again, to cause you to endear yourself to a demon. Your grandmother is not walking around giving you wisdom and knowledge and understanding on how to move and operate in this earth. That's a demon manifesting itself.
Yes.
Okay. Also, the libations, the pouring out of water at the spots, specifically at the spots where they claim that people have died or have been killed. And then they'll have you chant. Someone even mentioned this in the chat. They'll have you chant. Say her name, Breonna Taylor. Say his name, George Floyd. Why do you think they want you to continue to repeat these names? There's an energy now being attached to these names based on the sacrifices and the libations, the pouring out of water, which as the video was playing, I stated that you've seen that before. Someone going and pouring out libations on graves, saying Ashe.
You talking about the homeless, the homeless school builder, the thief that's running around talking about he's a doctor.
Right.
You're desecrating graves all over the place. Every time you look, he's in a graveyard. He's riddled by demons. Talking about send me money, the Orishas, spirituality. And every time you look at this dude, he's running around. That's not normal to be hanging out in graveyards. And you got our black people looking at, yeah, he's telling the white man, white power. What? You're as simple as the days old. Why do you think Vlad allowed these clowns and all these demons on these shows? You know the Amalek is laughing at these guys because we have upped these people as some type of spiritual leaders or what represents the cause of black people. But yet when we mention we're Israel or Israelites, all the circulations and the Jewish circulations triangulate to stomp it out and say, don't say that. But they allow Umar Johnson, this homeless beggar, all on their shows to give them millions of views. Why? Because it emboldened their spiritual power that continue to enslave our people. They need the sorcerers. They need the witches. These are who they highlight. Like they highlight all that's wrong with our society in the entertainment business, in hip hop. They usually highlight all that's wrong with us so that our children can aspire to go that way instead of this way. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that was the last point as far as the libation. These are all things you have to look for, because along with this, with putting this information out, this is giving us a view into those who are actually dealing with witchcraft and how to identify witches. As you were mentioning earlier, is the school teacher that you're sending your child to, or the woman over the daycare center, is she a witch? Well, these are some of the things you have to look for.
And there's another thing. I like to highlight what goes on, and I'm going to go into that. How that the majority of those that are being employed to come into our neighborhoods as school teachers and nurses and all that, they're from witch covens, folks.
That's right.
They're strategically in these areas to get access to our children to push eugenics. And folks, let me tell you, and I like to also, let me tell you, folks, they've always used witches, warlocks, and sorcerers. Why do you think out of nowhere, when you go back to Dr. York, Malachi York, in Georgia, where they finally locked him up, why do you think that was swept under the rug and no one in the conscious community came out publicly to denounce him publicly and say, we have no connection with Dr. York? Folks, Erykah Badu, all of that, they were doing all that crazy freakisms there in Georgia, folks. So the reason why they trying to keep it quiet, because a lot of those guys that were amongst Malachi York and his sorcery with witches and all that, and molesting children and all that, they just glad that they've gotten off and he's the only one was arrested. That's why they hands off, because they know when they went to Georgia, there was much drinking, much smoking, using of drugs, molestation of children. And why do you think the government just closed the case and just let it go? The only reason the guy admitted he was wrong is because he didn't want the rest of what the children were saying to come out for public record. The witchcraft, the sorcery, how they're actually groomed from children and all that to be inside these rituals. That was in Georgia. And that wasn't the white men, folks. These were Freemasons that were a part of this. That whole thing was a Freemason Prince Hall construct that got out of hand when children started talking, and they had to shut it down. Witches amongst us. Look at what Erykah Badu was dealing with. And here it is. Why do we celebrate this? Can we identify witches? Go ahead, Elder Lloyd.
Yeah, I was about to say, what about, again, using victimhood and abuse and some of the things that sisters go through as a means of pushing the witchcraft? If you remember the Tina Turner movie, towards the end of the movie, she's doing this thing, or I can't repeat what she was saying.
You talking when she began to chant.
Yeah.
And you will have people look at that and not see that was an initiation. That was actually inducting or bringing people and endearing them into witchcraft. The black man slapping the black woman around and beating with a shoe. And the only relief she received was when she went into the Buddhist religion that empowered her to actually break free from her oppressor, the black man. And everybody, oh man, Tina. Listen, and this, I'm not celebrating Ike Turner. It has nothing to do with Ike Turner.
Exactly.
It has everything to do. Guess what? What she went into is worse than what she was dealing with under Ike Turner. That's right. That's what they're not showing you. You will look at the movie. These are scripts. These are Hollywood scripts. They're made. Every Hollywood script starts with what? A villain and a hero. So that's a script.
Exactly.
So Ike Turner was the villain. But what she turned to was way worse than that shoe Ike Turner took off his foot. Okay, and this is not talking about, we're not promoting domestic violence. No one should ever hurt anybody, but hit anyone. But this was a way to endear our women into something that we weren't thinking about becoming Buddhists and going to yoga classes and going into alternative spirituality before that was introduced. We were churchgoers. Our women were humble. Our women understood the power of backing their men. Our women believed in Christ. They believed in the Most High. And they would never, with their own life, think to kill their own children. See? They was able to get us. They was able to slowly but surely acclimate our sisters into becoming witches. Anything else, other lawyer?
No, sir. No, sir.
All right, so let's identify. And I need you all to identify. Do you know a witch in your area? Is your mama a witch? Is your cousin a witch? Now let's go down the line now, because hey, potions. These people are always suggesting a potion for every issue. Right? Like drug dealers. You go to this person, you ask them for something, and they always have a remedy.
Mm-hmm.
So you have never thought that person to be a witch.
Mm-hmm.
These are people that'll look at you and say, well, yeah, you got cancer? Why don't you drink turpentine? Here's a whole thing of drink it down. And then on turpentine, you look in the back of the can, and it has a skull with two bones like this. Which means if you drink it, you die. And they'll, oh no, turpentine works fine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Aren't you tired of suffering?
Mm-hmm.
These are people that always have a remedy. With no degree, they're not a doctor or nothing, but they have potions. But go ahead.
And Elder, please hold that thought, because that's very key. But I think someone, and I want to make sure I don't misquote the person. So if this is not what you're saying, then please clarify. But someone was mentioning in the chat, I think, to get rid of witches or something to that effect. Burn garlic, frankincense, and myrrh. And the only reason I mention it is because it goes into what you're saying. As far as someone having some type of remedy for, something which really is going to draw you closer into witchcraft.
Listen, I've been told to pray over many scenarios. I've been dealt with. Guess what? We've dealt with healing and all that. We deal with that daily in the church. And not once did I go into scriptures and Christ says, okay, you want to heal something, go grab some garlic cloves. And, take some hay and take some walnuts and, I mean, I seen one video, Dr. Umar took two bones and just threw it against a wall. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And he's not a doctor. Let me pull that back. He's a Negro from North Philadelphia. A YouTube doctor. He took two bones and threw it up against the wall and said, okay, hold. It landed two shells. He had two seashells and threw it over there. But yeah, I'm going to get two wise with this. I get two wives with the shells turned over. I got two wives. Folks, another way of recognizing a witch. This person, every person they run into, they ask, what is your sign? Right? What is your sign? This person doesn't read the Bible, but this person reads their horoscope every day religiously and live their life according to it. Right? Another thing. This person is highly superstitious. Okay? They're highly superstitious. I mean, they can walk down the street and they won't they'll make sure that they don't step on a crack in the ground. They'll make sure that if there's a ladder, they don't walk under it. If a mirror breaks, they'll tell you, 7 years. There I go again. 7 years bad luck.
Omens.
They deal with omens. Okay. Oh, here it is. Here's the one that's going to hurt some people here. Witches. They're always telling you about what they've dreamed. And how the Most High has been using them as prophetesses. We're going to get into those prophetesses today. Because if they can be respected as a prophetess, out of nowhere, they've gained the moral high ground, the power to tell a man, sit down and shut the H-E, you know what, up. God is speaking to me, boy. I'm a prophetess. No, you're not a prophetess. You're a witch. Where's your husband? Where's your man? Oh, he's around here somewhere.
Or she's married to Jesus.
I'm married to Jesus. Another thing. How to recognize a witch. A witch does what? She gains power that she takes. She gets power by taking it publicly from others. This is how she gained power. This is how witches work. They will get in front in the public with their man and want to let everyone know around who's the boss. They will emasculate their man in public and dare you to say something about it. Witch, because they are about what? They're bloodsuckers. It's about them taking power. They will emasculate men. That's why I'm very careful when I hear any woman speaking against a man, especially someone they claim they loved. Hold up. If you can speak publicly about someone that you said you once loved and had children by, callously amongst strangers. I'm a man who don't have no vested interest outside of anything. I'm not attached to you like this person. So what is to stop you from doing that to me? So what do? I mean, this is the concept of the black widow, who they'll mate with a male or a male spider, trust to reprocreate, and then kill the male spider. You've done your job. I have offspring. That's the black widow. And that's the example of how we can identify witches. It's about them taking power. And once they get what they want, guess what? Hey, let's get rid of the threat. You've been used for what you were made for what I need you for. Witches. Anything else, other lawyer?
Yes, sir. I want to read just one thing.
Come on.
Off the back of what you were stating.
Go ahead.
And this is very key, and I'll wait till you come back to kind of break it down.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So this is actually a reference from a record called "The Guide" or "A Guide for the Perplexed." Now, this is a work of Maimonides. Many of you may have heard of him as a medieval rabbi. Now, we don't necessarily, I want to make it very clear, we don't necessarily agree with all of the teachings and all of the writings of Maimonides or any type of rabbinic teachings for obvious reasons. We know that Christ made mention that those who followed the rabbinic teachings, which were their forefathers were the Pharisees, that they, by their traditions, go against the commandments of God. So for obvious reasons, we don't believe everything they teach, but this was very poignant, or I believe it's very poignant, and it relates to what we've been speaking of on many levels in this particular broadcast. This record is called, and again, don't go into this record and think that everything in it is spiritual and is of a authoritative nature, okay? It's just one key point I'm bringing out. This This is Maimonides, A Guide for the Perplexed, Part 3, chapter number 37. He says the following. The precepts of the second class are those which have enumerated in the section on idolatry. It is doubtless that they all tend to save man from the error of idolatry and the evil practices connected with it. Example, observing the times, enchantment, witchcraft, incantation, consulting with familiar spirits, and the like. When you read the book which I mentioned to you, you will find that witchcraft, which will be described to you, is a part of the customs of the Sabians, Kasdim, Chaldeans, and to a higher degree of the Egyptians and Canaanites. They cause others to believe, or they themselves to believe, that by means of these arts they will perform wonderful things in reference to an individual person or to the inhabitants of a whole country, although no analogy and no reasoning can discover any relation between these performances of the witches and the promised results. Thus, they are careful to collect, as you were mentioning earlier, certain plants at a particular time and to take a definite number of certain objects. There are many things comprised by witchcraft. They may be divided into 3 classes. First, witchcraft connected with objects in nature, plants, animals, or minerals. Secondly, witchcraft dependent for its performance on a certain time. And going back to that, we're not saying that herbal healing and things of that nature is wrong and it's against the Most High. The Most High advocates that. However, herbal knowledge and the knowledge of how to deal with herbs as we know it in this particular time has been largely hijacked by those who deal in witchcraft. That's why you can't...
Okay, let me give you an example of that. No, especially in the black community, the conscious community, or anyone, no one can talk about herbs without mentioning Dr. Sebi. Now, I'm not one that speaks ill of the dead. But when you go into some of the practices that was going on there, there were warlock scenarios, especially when it comes to what? Participating in certain drug activity. Now, the herbs are good.
Exactly.
But see, what I'm going to do is I have to understand who's prescribing the herbs and what is their ideology. Because some people would like to memorialize him as some type of god. When you look at his beliefs and what he was dealing with, it went into African spirituality on certain levels. Marijuana and all that was a part of it. So, listen, the reason I love the herbs because the Most High made the herbs. And he says in Genesis that he made herbs for what? For meat. So that's my Dr. Sebi, the Most High.
That's right.
Because when you begin to endear yourselves to a person who introduced something that we should have known anyway. You should have known that you would rather eat vegetables than McDonald's. So let me make that clear. We down with the Most High.
That's right.
And what happens, let me tell you, we get so caught up into people that we tend to not vet them properly and say, well, hold up, dude. What you should say? You a sorcerer, dude.
Exactly.
What you say? No, you a witch. And it's about being able to identify because they'll always come with a benefit. They'll come with something that you'll accept first. Okay. And the same way I'm going to look at these people, I'm going to also examine my doctor. I'm going to examine my nurse. I'm definitely going to examine the ideology and belief of my children who spend more time around me in school or around them in school than me at work. And don't tell me teachers don't have influence because guess what? I remember the teachers who have had a profound effect on who I am right now, who spent more time with me in certain instances because they were able to through school than my actual parents. And it's not to discount or minimize my parents. It's just that these people in your children's lives in the most influential time of their lives has the most influence in upbringing. And it's upon us, it's upon parents It's our responsibility to know who's teaching them. What do you believe in? Okay, you have to know these things. You have to go there and say, well, hold up. Is that a witch in my, is teaching hygiene? Is that a warlock? Or really, there are witches everywhere. They took men out of, especially black men, out of school altogether. Is that a witch, that's teaching math? Okay. Who's that? Who's that teaching history there? Is that a witch? I'm saying, folks, we got to start being responsible because witches are everywhere, even unknowingly. Okay. And let me tell you, they are on the point too. When I say they're on point, you good, everyone? Okay. Let me tell you, they are honed in 24 hours. Let me tell you, they're never off the job. The whole time they're walking around, they're looking for souls. They're looking to capture souls. They're on it at all times, folks. Go ahead, Elder Lloyd. Finish what you had there.
Yes, sir. And it's going to get into that as far as the women connection, right?
Yeah.
It says, secondly, witchcraft is dependent upon its performance on a certain time. So there's certain times in which they perform rituals. And thirdly, witchcraft dependent on the performance of certain acts of men, such as dancing, clapping, laughing, like the woman stated in the video. This demon reveals itself and laughs with her, or whatever the case may be. Jumping with one leg, lying on the ground with the face upward, burning a thing, fumigating it with a certain material, or speaking intelligible or unintelligible words. These are the various kinds of witchcraft. In some cases, all these various performances are required. And I'm going to get down to the point here where it makes mention of the use of women. It says here, in other instances of witchcraft, it is assumed that one of the above performances suffices. In most cases, the condition is added that women must perform these actions. So you wonder why it's usually women involved in the acts of witchcraft, as we saw with the BLM, as we saw with the baby killer, the woman who confessed that she kills her own children, so on and so forth. Those who deal in witchcraft believe that you must employ women in doing the rituals. One more point. It says here, let me jump down here. Let me get the point.
That means certain practices, certain crafts can only be performed through feminine energy.
Exactly.
That's why they need the feminists.
Exactly.
These are the witches. Certain crafts cannot be exercised through men.
Exactly.
But go ahead.
Yes, sir. Last point. It says, it is further stated that if 4 women lay on their back with their feet spread and lifted up in certain words and did certain things whilst in this disgraceful position, so the sexual energy thing comes in there when it comes with the sword or the witchcraft. Hell would discontinue from coming down in this place. So they believe it would stop hell by doing this.
Yeah.
The number of these stupid and mad things is great. And in all of them, without exception, women are required to be the agent.
The agent. The agent. Let me tell you, masters of deceit. Masters of deceit. Even if they have to use their womb to capture a soul. And I'm talking about real time. They will. That's how it works, folks. Now let's go. Let me recap real quick. I'm going to bring you in, guys. Hold tight because I got to do a few things. Hold on. Let's do it.
Do witches run Black Lives Matter?
And maybe I'm sharing too much, but we become very intimate with the spirits that we call on regularly, right? Like,
now you notice she started off with maybe I'm saying too much. See, that's the difference between these witches and white witches. Okay, they don't get too proud to conceal and actually reveal their true intentions against humanity, against us. They don't get calloused like that. But these people got a little power now, and now they're spilling the beans. And she'll probably get reprimanded. And what are we looking at? We're listening to a college professor, folks. This is a person we're sending our sons and daughters to in college. Listen again.
Do witches run Black Lives Matter?
And maybe I'm sharing too much, but we become very intimate with the spirits that we call on regularly, right? Like each of them seems to have a different presence and personality. You know, I laugh a lot with Waukesha, you know, and
Waukesha is dead, folks.
Waukesha.
She laughs a lot with Waukesha. See, back in the day, the Bible tells us, listen, and that's why I thank the Most High for grace, because the Most High say, you know, there's no place on earth for people like this. When they allow spirits, because we think we're talking to women right here, but they've allowed spirits to take over their vessels, folks. The little girl that once existed is in there somewhere.
Matter?
And maybe I'm sharing too much, but we become very intimate with the spirits that we call on regularly, right? Like each of them seems to have a different presence and personality. You know, I laugh a lot with Waukesha, you know, and I didn't meet her in her body, right? I met her through this work.
It's a very important practice. Hashtags are for us are way more than a hashtag. It is literally almost resurrecting a spirit so they can work through us to get the work that we need to get done. I started to feel
Black Lives
personally connected and responsible and accountable to them, both from a deeply political place, but also from a deeply spiritual place. And always, you know, and my tradition, you offer things that your loved one who passed away would want, you know, whether it's like honey or tobacco, things like that. And it's so important, not just for us to be in direct relationship to our people who've passed, but also for them to know we've remembered them. I believe so many of them work through us.
Black Lives.
Yo, lawyer, can you imagine? Listen, brothers, can you imagine growing up and walking around and meeting a woman like this and saying, especially the older woman who's looked like she grew up looking, she probably was a nice looking woman. Can you imagine walking up and saying, how you doing? What's your name? Can I have your number? These are people that someone was frequenting amongst our community, didn't realize that you know, at night, a dead person appears in their room that she laughs with. And she's looking at you like, well, sure. You want my number? What's your sign? Right?
Right.
Now, and if you think that's bad, this is Black Lives Matters. And you know, they say that they wouldn't even be able to do this work without conjuring demons and spirits. And what they do is they need to get you out triggered, thinking you out there for Trump or black inequality and all this other mess, so that you can chant these spirits that they're going to use to war against us and our communities. That's why the enemy have paid them to do this. Because believe it or not, the enemy does not fear at all black people tearing down anything that belongs to them, that will benefit them. They'll have their own communities and they'll still have their own food and all that. And whatever we tear down, they're going to blame us to why no food, no rations, no nothing is coming into our communities. It's purpose. And you know what? These people, especially, I'm going to show you this woman here. Let me show you the woman here in particular. One moment.
Is ran by
place.
Now, the one to the left, the reason why she chose all this, why? Because usually it's women like this who have a problem with men. in particular, black men. So in her defiance, she became educated, a lesbian, and began to practice witchcraft, to battle or to fight. Her war is against black men. It's predominantly the woman on your right. Someone probably heard her or whatever the case is, and then she went all the way in, because that's how Satan does it. He wait till you at an emotional low and say, listen, I'll embrace you. Do you want the craft to do him in? Do you need the craft against that black man that hurt you?
And always, in my tradition, you offer things that your loved one who passed away would want, whether it's like honey or tobacco, things like that. And
she's well spoken. You can tell she's intelligent. I mean, our people don't stand a chance running up against these women.
It's so important, not just for us to be in direct relationship to our people who've passed, but also for them to know we've remembered them.
Okay, that's Black Lives Matter for you. One more, and then we're going to open up the calls. One more. Let me go back to radical again. Let me go back to radical. Here it is. Oh, yeah, you see that, don't you? Let me go back. Yeah. Let me go back to radical.
Ultimately, your sympathies do not lie with black people. They lie with your racist, white, middle-class agenda, and that's where it will always lie, and you will be destroyed for holding that line.
Okay, I adopted 2 children.
Oh, good for you, white savior. Aren't you so proud?
They're not white.
Exactly, he's not white. Exactly, you're a white savior. You think that it is the white man's duty to fix everybody's problems, right?
How many did you adopt?
How many did I adopt? I kill my kids. How many did I adopt? I kill my kids.
I kill my kids.
Your sympathies do not lie with black people. They lie with your racist, white, middle-class agenda, and that's where it will always lie, and you will be destroyed holding that line.
Okay, I adopted 2 children.
Oh, good for you, white savior. Aren't you so proud?
They're not white.
Exactly, he's not white. Exactly, you're a white savior. You think that it is the white man's duty to fix everybody's problems, right?
How many did you adopt?
How many did I adopt? I kill my kids.
There you go. Wow.
Listen to the rhetoric that she is using, and to come behind that with "I kill my kids" to show you that they're coming with this rhetoric that gets you fired up and gets you feeling, you racist white supremacist.
You racist white supremacist. Who's worse? The racist white supremacist, or the woman who said "I kill my kids"? I mean, she sounds politically. She sounds like she's on the wheel. She's on the dime. She's answered back white privilege and the 1% against the 99% and all of that. And then they come back to, well, okay. She says, the white woman said, well, I do try to help black people, whatever the case is. She says, you help black children. I kill my kids. So is this thing really about standing up against white supremacy? Is it? It's the witches that are amongst us that is behind this whole crap. And brothers and sisters, y'all need to wake up. You need to be able to identify a witch.
That's right.
They're the ones under the spell pushing this Black Lives Matter agenda. Exactly. They're the ones pushing the fact that you should be incinerated and join some level of politics to stand against injustice. That's a spell. Witches amongst us. Come on, hold up. Let me open it up now. Let me open it up. I'm going to open up the lines. One moment. Do you know a witch? Come on now. One moment. I'm going to bring some calls in. 515 515-605-9327. Witches amongst you. And then we have to understand, and let me know what you're putting in place to make sure you protect your children from these witches. They're everywhere. One moment. That's my phone. Man, someone just sent me something here. Man, y'all be on it, don't you? Chadwick Boseman, from the movie Black Panther, Sky News. Chadwick Boseman death. Black Panther director says the ancestors spoke through the late star. I mean, that whole thing with Black Panthers, that whole narrative was highlighting, and I'm going to tell you what it was doing, folks. Even though it was a good movie, I think it was a good movie, it was more so them highlighting the sorcery that have always oppressed our people. That's why they was able to put it out there. It was a worship to the gods. It was a celebration to turn our people away from God into respecting African spirituality. And guess who is in control of the people who worship African spirituality? White people. Okay. Which is calling them after African names. But these are ancient gods that have empowered Esau. It's Satan himself who've empowered Esau. It tells you in the book of Revelations that it was the serpent that gave the 10 horns his power. So Esau worships the fallen angels in the Latin tongue. In the original Latin tongue, they worship these same fallen angels that black people follow under African spirituality. So you can't worship these ancient gods better than the white man. I'm talking about, when I say the white man, I'm not talking about the layman here. I'm talking about the hierarchy of Esau, the Rosicrucians, the Jesuits, okay, the Roman Club of 700, okay, the Illuminati, okay. You can't worship them better on a higher level because Satan, to tell you in Revelation 17, gave the 10 horns their power. The 10 horns is Rome. You can, guess what? Guess who has more power worshiping these deities than you, black man? The Pope. The Pope is their top agent.
And again, how did they use it, or how did they peddle it to the black community? Again, using black pride, African pride, and all these different things. You got to realize that these are tools of Satan to endear you to witchcraft. And on the point you just made, about them being empowered by Satan. Revelation chapter 13, verse 12, and the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power.
Who?
And the dragon gave him his power.
Satan.
And seat and great authority.
And great authority. So you sit there worshiping, talking about Ogun and the Orishas and all that. The authority wasn't given to you. The only way we're going to get power is through righteousness.
That's right.
As long as you deal with the dark side, you'll always be under the white man. You'll always be under their power because you cannot worship their power greater than them. You can't. That's their power. That's their God. So you're dealing with the Orishas and all that. Don't try to equate that to African spirituality. We're the children of light. We've always worshiped the Most High God and Him alone. We never dealt with polytheism, the worship of different gods. That's why you call on all these different gods to have certain wishes granted. The pagan pantheon, a pantheon of different gods and all that. We've never dealt with that. That was the Egyptians. Okay? We're not Egyptians. We're Israel. 515-605-9327. 9327. Let me open up the lines. One moment.
What about burning
Love
candles to make the house smell good? I just want to clarify.
Okay.
We're not talking about.
Okay, let me clarify this. If you're burning candles to make the house smell good, that's perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
Burning candles and incense and all those things on the surface, it's good scent. It's the Most High created those things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you cannot do these in ritual settings, in a ritual sense. Okay, if it has a ritual connection to it, where you're looking for it to help you with this and help you with that, or you have a god or goddess in mind, like at the corner stores, the bodegos and all that you go to in the neighborhood, you notice they had these Santa Maria colored candles with a woman like this and all different types of writings on it that you think is equated to the Bible. No, that's Santa Maria. That's witchcraft. You don't get those candles to burn in your home.
Right.
Now, if you go to bodies and baths and all that and get, scented candles and stuff to go in your waters, that's fine. But this is what you have to watch, because this is how witches hide themselves. Witches, you can find witches, okay, doing tarot cards. Stay away from that person.
Mm-hmm.
Keep your children away from those people, because guess what? Every time she used these cards, that spirit that she invited in through that original action takes over. It's to a degree where the person you're talking to isn't the person who began using tarot cards. It's a demon. It's a spirit. Another thing, you'll find these same people who claim that they're getting into natural soaps and natural fragrances and all that. And you'll find that amongst our community a lot, where they'll go into soaps, they'll go into all that, and you think that, okay, it's nothing to it. Find out what they believe first.
Exactly.
Before you buy things from them, before you buy herbs and all these things, because they pray to these demons while making this stuff to make you a repeat customer. That's their thoughts. They're praying about the prosperity and all these things. And then you're giving them your name and all these things. You don't know what they're doing with your name. You know what I mean? You sit there thinking, okay, I'm getting a bar of soap. They take your name. They know who you are now. They go Google you on Facebook. This is what they do. They go Facebook you and find you. Okay? You think it's just about, you getting a bar of soap. They go Google you and find you, and they go see your name, and here it is. They'll write your name on some piece of paper and all that, and next thing you know, they lighten it up with butt naked with lights off. Like, yo, nah. I'm not into that.
Mm-hmm.
Watch these people, folks. Watch them. They're all amongst us. They are amongst us. That's why I thank the Most High under the GOCC network.
That's right.
that we have people we know been baptized into the church, that their path has been made straight. All these things, so that when they have products to sell us and all that, I'm open to say, okay, I use this soap, I use this deodorant, because I know what they're dealing with. So be careful, folks. These so-called naturalists are almost synonymous, if they're not under Christ, to Satanists.
Exactly.
Right? Let's go. 281 area code, and they're everywhere. They're everywhere, folks. 281 area code. The demonic witches of Babylon. Hello?
Shalom, man.
Shalom. Your name and location.
One thing about this topic, Brother Stan from the Houston body.
Okay, talk to us. How you doing?
I'm blessed by the best. There's a slight lag in response time, so
Okay.
Please bear with me.
All right. Thank you.
This topic really hits home because in my profession, I've come across a lot of witches, like being in their actual house, doing service as a pest control technician. And a few of them I've walked in, and they just outright, they'll tell you, yeah, this is voodoo. Yeah, this is my ancestors. They have alcohol laid out, look like a little small banquet in the corner of a room somewhere. And they'll just smile in your face, and they'll just look at you as like as they're welcoming you or something like that. Man. And it's very serious. And, I want to be very candid about what I'm saying, because I don't want to come off as some sort of hater toward our women or anything like that. But this is real angled toward our women. This is really angled toward where I've been in sisters' houses where they got so many idols and resurrections up in their house. You don't know what they're praying to. You'll be able to identify a few of them because you've seen them on the internet, you research them, but some of them will blow your mind, and Baphomet statues and things like that. And, I talk to my brothers, close brothers, and, talk about the struggles of being a single brother in this walk and things of that nature, get some good lifting up by some of my brothers. And when I see stuff like this, it just reassures me that I'm doing the right thing by staying away from lust and going out here hollering at any old sister and things like that. Because if a brother, especially a brother trying to walk a righteous path, run into some of these chicks out here that are doing this stuff, that's a wrap. That's a wrap, man. You'll never know that she's doing it until, one day down the line, you catch something off, and then by that time, children are involved or something like that, and it's very serious. Because I'm starting to notice that a lot of our sisters are the ones who are mostly enraged in this Black Lives Matter movement. And I always thought that was funny because you would suspect that it would be brothers who are upset and want to go march and go mess something up. Now, a lot of these sisters are very, it's like they know the Black Lives Matter movement is really for them. It's how personable they take this stuff. So I just want to big y'all up on what y'all are putting out there. And, even one last thing, even my mom, I talk to my mom sometimes, and she'll tell me old stories about how back home, that she's Benjamin, she's from the island. And they have these, real practices that she remembers women growing up, older women than her, were doing obia and all this type of crazy magic and stuff like that back when she was young in the islands. And to see that this is what young sisters are getting themselves involved in today in Babylon, so-called America, is really bringing things around and bringing things back home. Like, we got to get with the Most High, because this stuff is upon us and it's taking our people one way or the other.
Let me ask.
So praise the Most High and thank y'all, man.
Hey, brother, before you go, let me ask, how old are you?
26.
26. Oh man, what a smart, articulate young man. Praise the Most High. Let me tell you, brother, 26.
Thank you, brother.
Okay, this is what you need to do. Okay, there are good women. You look for women, number one, in the church. Try as much as you can to make sure that it's a woman that doesn't have any responsibility outside of being a helpmeet to you. Any other responsibility she have, you can't do it. It's too late for that. That means you must find a single woman, no children. Okay, you got to be able to raise her the way you need. So you're 26 years old, man, I would say try to find a young lady, 18, 19, preferably that haven't been all around and all that, and make sure she shamefaced it. She have some respect for herself. Find out what's going on with her family, and and talk with her. Okay, talk with her and understand what her ideals are, and if she's open to be nurtured.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Now make sure she's open to be taught. You understand? And
right.
And above all, a God-fearing woman. Get a God-fearing, someone who believes in God, someone who believes in the Most High. If she's Christian, that's okay. As long as you're able to get that pagan stuff and put it on the table initially to make sure you can get that pagan stuff out of it. Start out of her. Begin to start first dealing with, okay. If you can get a young lady, okay, and there's a lot of them out there, okay, that's open in shamefacedness. There's a lot of women, young girls out there before the world gets them. That's what you should do ideally. But first, see if there's someone in the church. Go to the father of someone in the church. And deal with it that way. Make sure that you're being given a woman who has some understanding of a man in the home. And how, it's going to be hard to figure that out, but you want someone that has some idea of what it takes to actually serve and help a man. And to be behind his man. And guess what? And start off in prayer, though. But never force it. The Most High, you do the work of the Most High. You serve the Most High. You follow the law, statutes, and commandments, brother. And the Most High will send the right person at the right time. Don't force it. Okay, but try to.
Thank you,
Yeah. But try to find a young lady that hasn't been out there. Okay, that's an adult. Okay.
Make that clear.
That's an adult. Make it clear. All right. And then don't think about initially just being with it. Time to raise her and teach her and to follow the laws and statutes of the Most High. Laws, statutes, and commandments of the Almighty. 831 area code. I got you, guys. Give me 1 second.
Hello?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, wait, that was me?
Oh, that's you, sister, but there was something playing in the background.
That's my baby. That's her cartoon. I'll go to the room.
Okay.
Keep her distracted.
What you have to say on the demonic?
Yeah, I expected it.
Yeah, what is it you have to say on the demonic witches of Babylon? Talk to us.
I've actually met a woman who was into. Let me take you off speaker.
Yeah.
I actually met a woman who actually I've seen her reading the Wiccan books, and she had like this little god around her house. You know, the one with the multiple arms. And she was like this really kind person at first. You wouldn't even know that she was into that stuff, but she was really kind. And the homosexuals as her friends, and people would let her watch their kids. She wouldn't do anything wrong, but the thing is, with her being with these type of beliefs, like you won't even know unless you ask them that they're into this stuff. Like if they'll start off as really kind people, really nice people, and I know this because I live down here by Santa Cruz, and there's a lot of witches down here. They're everywhere, and they're always in like stuff where there's people being kind and helping people. They always start off like that. And a lot of people don't know about this cartoon stuff called anime. That thing is like, it's a lot of people of my generation and the generation today are into that. And they say the demons' names in there. They do magic. They have a lot of sexual stuff going on in it. It's really bad, and I would actually say keep your children away from anime.
Well, sister, let me have your name. Let me have your name and age real quick. I know there's a delay. Don't worry about it. I'll wait for the answer.
I'm on my phone. My name is Jamisha, and I'm 25.
25.
I'm about 26.
Now, 26. All right. Now, real quick before that, the reason why I mentioned that the brother around 25, 26 to get a younger lady, right? Not that a younger lady is because the earlier you get them before the world, okay, before college and all that, the better. Tell you that right now, because people can say, well, hold up, what's going on? They're going to give their body, soul, and spirit directly to Satan when they get into college, almost immediately. I know. So Satan looks to get in front of it before a man can get there to raise a woman from her father to actually be a virtuous woman for a husband. Satan has that little window in which he looked to get there and taint our women and turn them into witches before the opportunity comes in which they can actually learn righteousness and virtue. Okay, I wanted to put that out there. This is not no knock on other women out there who may be of a older and all those things, but still qualify. It doesn't disqualify anyone. I'm just letting you know that Satan has a window that gets in there to taint them before they can get to us at that age. And we have to be cognizant of that window. The initiation period usually starts right around high school going into college age. That's the initiation that Satan looks to get them before a man or a husband can actually raise that woman up from her father into womanhood. Okay? Now, sister, let me ask you here. Okay? You said you knew a witch. And one thing about it is you say they're fairly nice and they hang out with homosexuals. So that's one thing I'm glad you highlighted, sister, is because there's a connection between homosexuality and witchcraft. There's a connection. And that's why when, believe it or not, these pagans, to get certain powers and requests met by spirits, they have to do certain sexual acts. Okay? To actually have certain things answered or certain requests fulfilled by demons. And they feel that if they can share their body in different instances, believe it or not, rituals with children, rituals with the same sex and all that, it all falls in some level of craft amongst the pagans. And this is why it's nothing for them, a witch, to hang out with a lesbian or a gay dude or something, because it's part of the craft. But go on. So where did you meet this person?
This is, I don't want to go into that. It'll bring up private stuff. I don't even know how to go into that.
Well, you don't know where did you meet the person? I mean, how did I like for instance, if I were to tell a lawyer, yeah, lawyer, by the way, it was this witch that's hanging out with homosexuals, and seemed pretty nice.
Yeah.
Lawyer would have some questions.
Right.
Like, where's this opportunity?
Environment.
Where's the environment, the opportunity for me to hang out with a witch and find out she have homosexual friends? Is it too telling? for you? Because what we're trying to create is a talking moment, a teaching moment for those who may have some of the same circumstances. See, and we want
I can't tell you where I met her, but I can tell you some places you could meet her at.
No,
because she did work over the.
No, where did you meet her?
It's too private for me to say.
It's too private for you to say. You know what? The reason I'm going to put you on hold, and I'm glad I have this story, because we're not here to protect demons.
Sorry,
listen, sister, we're not here to protect these deviants, these sorcerers. Now, this is a broadcast in which we edify. You may have an experience to help another sister or brother from a witch, because guess what? Believe it or not, you didn't fall victim to it. But how many people are going to be in your same circumstance that are weaker than you are, that will actually be a prey for this same witch?
All right.
See, and they have the power. I'm going to show you the power of these witches and warlocks. They have the power to do what? To shut up those who oppose them. That's how they're able to get new victims. Keep in mind, why do you think so many people who are molested are quiet concerning their molestation? It's a craft and all that to keep those mum, to keep the victim silent. Or it could be that you don't want to criminalize.
I'll take it in, okay? I'm sorry.
So listen, or it could be you don't want to incriminate yourself in whatever you participated in. Which of the two is it?
It was just something that I had participated in, and I didn't want to incriminate myself also, because my husband and I, we moved into because I have to bring up my husband, and I know according to scriptures when I'm reading it that I'm supposed to be discreet and things like that. So I know to be very careful with the things that I say, to not bring any shame on the family or anything like that.
See, but I understand, sister. Now, well, sister, I'm not going to push the envelope, but now you understand how these witches, warlocks, sorcerers, and these evildoers are actually given full a la carte to our children. Now can you understand the power they have to a degree in which no one will out them? No one will actually highlight the enemy that will eventually get to probably one of your sons or daughters one day. You see the power of their craft? And see, and this is why we have to, the only way to, how do you defeat darkness, sister? You go into a room that's dark, right? Right?
I didn't hear what you said, the question.
This is how you defeat darkness. If you go into a dark room and there's a switch, you do what?
You turn it on?
You turn the light on. And what happens to darkness? It goes away. Some of the greatest power of the dark forces, and they don't hide it that they're dealing with dark forces. Their greatest power is concealment, is to not be outed. And they can do it through what? Shaming people into silence. But I don't want you to, sister, listen, I don't want you to say anything more concerning that, because I don't want you to incriminate yourself. But it's good that the listeners know that it's out there in the power for them, even in their absence, to keep those who could oppose them silent. That's power right there. Thank you, sister, for your testimony, okay? Thank you. Hey, I know a nice witch that hangs out with homosexuals. See, but I knew exactly where to hone in at. I knew exactly what questions to hone into. Okay, because this is not a normal, I'm like, this is not, a normal social scenario unless there's some level of participation. And I'm glad that she had the courage enough to say as much as she did. 26. Now thank the Most High that he have brought her into the light. And she's going to be baptized or has been baptized and look to do what's right going forward. But this is why earlier I said to the 26-year-old young man, not to say anything against her, what's the chance of two people back to back waiting in line at the age of 26, male and female, to be the first callers? And this is why I said to get in front of things, that the young man must find a young lady before they get to her. Because our sisters are curious at that age. They haven't experienced. They've been sheltered all their life and been told what to do at an early age going to school. And as soon as they're 17 and 18, they want to actually exhibit some level of freedom that Satan can now utilize against them. All right. Let's go to the next call. And then I'll bring Elder Gaja in. The demonic witches of Babylon. What the Bible say we got to do to witches? What did we used to do to witches in the Old Testament? Elder Lloyd, read it real quick before I go to the next call. The Most High wasn't playing around with them. During the time of Saul, there was an actual decree amongst Israel before our first king to make sure that we get rid of every witch and warlock within the borders of Israel. There was a decree. And when we began to rule in the Dark Ages, we implemented that same decree that witches must be burned at the stake. They're some of the greatest threats against our society because what? A man will let a woman in areas that that the enemy, a male, could never enter. A deceptive woman is way more lethal than a strong man. Way more lethal. A deceptive woman is synonymous with a witch. Let's read it real quick. And then we'll get the next call and then bring Elder Gaja in.
Yes, sir. 2 precepts. Exodus chapter 22, verse 18.
Let's go.
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live.
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Let me tell you, they're blood suckers. Let me tell you, they are soul grabbers. Okay. They get a temporal high after taking and destroying and sucking the soul and blood out of a person. But it's only temporal. The high only lasts long enough for them to come down to do what? To desire more blood, more souls, more deceit. It's deceit in their tongue. And they'll use the deceit all the way to the bed. They'll open their legs in a ritual to take souls. Listen to what we're showing here.
Leviticus chapter 20, verse 27.
Read.
A man also or a woman that hath a familiar spirit.
A familiar spirit is like those women of Black Lives Matter who says that they pray to the dead and laugh with them. And that the Black Lives Matter movement is way deeper than things. Let me tell you, they let you know it's way deeper than just social injustice. Now, in the Old Testament, let's make it clear that we under Christ would never uphold such activity. We're under grace now. While we were in darkness, we didn't realize that a lot of what we did was attributed to the occult. Even though the Rosicrucians, the Catholic Church, and others, they know exactly what they're doing. Okay? Under the Old Testament, it was a decree that they would die. But only through the grace of Christ that brothers and sisters who actually deal with the craft have an opportunity to repent and to protect others from the craft. But under the Old Testament, our God wasn't playing. And eventually in judgment, if a witch or warlock don't repent, Christ will condemn them for their deceptive practices against the pure, against the righteous. And that intel, that now leads us to where we are now and saying, well, listen, if you're out there dealing with the craft, repent. Judgment is coming. So we're not saying this to fuel someone against a person who's in the craft.
Mm-hmm.
You have to repent.
That's right.
Okay, so of course, but let me tell you, those were punitive punishments in the Old Testament to show you the grace of Christ, that the Most High have given you an opportunity when there was no opportunity in the Old Testament for delving into the dark occults practices. Okay, but these people, they will burn in hell if they don't stop it. Now, because there's no immediate judgment against them, because of that, what? The most we can do is highlight these practices, which is all throughout Babylon, and warn the people we know against these practices and those who practice in protection of our children. We are not to riot. We are not to deal with Black Lives Matter. We're not to be incinerated by the news and get drawn in and triggered in, because you're being triggered into a ritual. It's a spell.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's right.
It's a spell. Okay? We're not dealing with this from a political level. We're not now with anything. We're not here with Democrat, Republican, nothing, because witchcraft is on either side. We're down with Christ, and we're here to tell you that they're pulling one over on you, and they're coming after your children. Because why? The more we're realizing what's going on, it's less children for them to child traffic, sacrifice, and do what? Pervert. So it's upon us as teachers to warn you and let you know they're everywhere. They're all around us. Recognize them and protect our children from them. Don't marry them. Don't date them. None of that. Okay? We have to draw a line between righteousness and unrighteousness. We have to draw a line and say, this is the life I want for my children, my family, for my nation. I don't care how good someone looks. I don't care what they have to bring to the table. No. I don't care whatever it is. You are a witch. You are a warlock. You are to stay away from my family. Okay? And I will protect my family with everything in me against you. So you stay on that side. You stay away from my sons, my daughters. You stay away from my grandchildren. Okay? It's upon us to protect our legacy. All right? Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
Leviticus 20, verse 27.
Yeah.
A man also or a woman that hath a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones. Their blood shall be upon them.
Exactly. Now, of course, through the grace of Christ, we're going to show you how heinous a crime witchcraft has always been. And this is why the same people that are behind the craft who are destroying our communities will say the Bible's tampered with. Don't follow the Bible, knowing the judgment for their craft. The Bible is the only book that points out the spiritual enemy against us. Therefore, a pastor or a preacher out there can look at the Bible, understand that this God is the God who set up Christ, the Jesus they worship, and begin to draw a line in the sand when it comes to participating in things like Black Lives Matter, and participating and opening up your church as a free perverted church, and do all that and say, well, it's okay to marry this guy and that guy, this girl and that girl. No, you draw a line. Or you're no different than the enemy. You're no different than the sorcerers and witches and warlocks. And eventually the Most High is going to come and take away your bishopric, but not standing on what's right. Now, the Most High has given witches, warlocks, all sinners grace. But these unrepentant sinners that are out there is who we must protect our children from. And that's why I'm highlighting this show today. One more, and then I'm bringing in Elder Gotcha. All right. What's that? 917? 917 area code.
Shalom, how's it going?
Shalom, the demonic witches of Babylon. Your name, location, tell us about yourself, and then let's go in.
It's just Sister Zanaya from the Academy, and I'm from the New York City body.
Okay, so you was in the Academy, so I wanted to get some insight on what, on your opinion on the last 3 months concerning the Academy. Is there anything that stood out to you in that last 3 months? Because we poured out a lot of it. We poured out a lot of information through the Spirit of the Most High. And then you can start there and segue into the topic. But go on.
Oh my goodness. Well, let me just make sure that I stick on topic and be very brief as possible. What really stuck out for me the most, and I brought this out, like, I think not last week, but the week before last, that Michael Jackson piece, that really was crazy to me. And now that I think about it, it kind of like coincides with what we're talking about today, because I didn't realize just how much the music industry connects in the underground world and the spiritual wickedness and the rituals that they do and the demonic plays that they have to play in order to be able to bring out their craft and distribute that to the rest of the world. So that was one. The Leviathan was two, because I had asked that question this past Academy about Leviathan and, how does that coincide with the end of time. So just even to hear about Leviathan and his purpose and his demise was crazy to me. And now I can understand, about the whole tsunamis and the way that the underworld water works and things. We go through what we go through because there was a purpose. So that was just a little thing that stuck with me. And of course, the news is always on time, especially learning about Luciferianese and all of that. So that's what I can really say about the Academy.
Okay, so before we go into your on your points you like to make on the witches, all right? Are you going to be in this coming Academy, October 11th?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, but I've been there for 2 years, and every academy is different. I'm not saying this because you're paying me disclosure. That's not the case. I just genuinely love what I can get out of it, because every academy is something new, and every academy you bring out something different.
Well, thank you, sister. And guess what, man? When I go into Rome holding the golden dagger, the blood-stained scarlet dagger, it's going to be deep, because it's not going to be no doubt at all who they are in this particular class and who we are. Because what they try to do is use gray areas and claim that black people, that Christ wasn't black and that the Jews really weren't black. They were Middle Easterns. And we're going to prove that guess what? We were black back then, and that never changed. We are the original Middle Easterns. They would make you believe that Arabs are the original Middle Easterns. No, we are. Middle Easterns are our children. So I'm going to make sure we bring all that in. Because when people think Middle Eastern, they think Arabs. But guess what? I know a light-skinned brother right now, the Elder Ramar. I can wrap a towel around his head and he will pass for a Middle Eastern. So I'm going to be going into that. Even during Rome's time, it was clear that the disciples and the Jews were black, and they called us black during the time of Christ. The Romans did. And that they had a program eventually to come against us, to go against our children, and get our children from us. All that is going to be, and this began what we see in the Catholic Church today to some degree, in which they would begin to initiate us into their pagan Hellenistic pedophilia. It started in Rome. And I'm going all the way into it this coming Academy. But go ahead, make your point. Because that's something I'll be giving away too much.
Yeah, Academy. Can't wait for this Academy. But yeah, so my point is that, well, 2 points. before I was in the truth and before I got baptized a few years ago, I was at a Black Lives Matter convene in Ohio, and this was like right around the time when Mike Brown got killed, and they were dealing with that. It wasn't too far from that, and I got turned off from Black Lives Matter then because I just felt that they were focusing too heavily on the LGBT, Q, P, E, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, because there's always a different letter every time I turn around. And I just realized that they really weren't trying to deal with the issues regarding Black people. And again, this is, before the truth. And I realized there was something dark about them. And then I realized that they were a lawless people. And then, now understanding, what the law is. The law is for people who the law is for people who keep it, or who knows what to do from right is wrong. But also the law is also meant for people who don't keep it because if you don't keep it, then you have to be judged by a law because you don't keep it. And then I realized that there were certain things that they was trying to tell people to do, not to do, like the establishment. They said, okay, we have a bathroom for men, we have a bathroom for women. And they said, well, no, we're not going to follow by their rules. And then they just made every bathroom non-gender. And I'm like, wait a minute, if you're running a space from a university, you can't tell the university what you're going to do because it fits your agenda. So I just kind of had a bad feeling from then. And then when you, again, went over this in the academy, because we saw this, on Sunday in regards to Patrice Cullors, whatever her name is, speaking to the dead through their clothes and stuff like that. I was like, oh my gosh. But also too, when I looked at Beyonce's Black is King, there was different people who have also drawn similar comparisons to that whole video, and I didn't watch it, but they were also saying that it has a lot of demonic connotations to it, and rituals and libations and things like that in it. So I just think it's kind of interesting that you're bringing this out now because, we have to make sure that we are following the Most High and following his laws, statutes, and commandments and really staying in the word. And like the Bible says, you have to try the spirit by the spirit and, fruit by its color. So that's my point.
Well, thank you, sister. And in a couple of weeks, get ready. We're about to go in and we're going to be bringing some of the music videos and show you the occult symbolisms that most don't even know exist in a lot of these videos. And we're going to bring out the scriptures concerning them and condemning them. And that's the reason I'm going to place you on hold. Sister, that's the reason, and brothers and sisters, that's the reason I'm about to bring Elder Gaja in, lawyer. That's the reason why I purposely am not going to right now watch the video Black is King. Because I understand the agenda about it. You're not going to talk about Black is King and not go into the fact that the king or the lion, king of the jungle, is Judah. And that Judah is a black man. Okay? And that Judah is the fourth son of Jacob, whose name was turned to Israel. And he's the father of the promise. So we're not dealing with the trick bag anymore where you can use something to actually incite us into respecting the Yoruba satanic African religion. That's right. Okay? And unfortunately, with all the talent and beauty Beyonce possesses, that's one of the witches we're talking about. And they don't make no bones about it. They deal with the craft. And Kanye West is dealing with the struggle because he married a gypsy. See, when you do the research on the Kardashians mother was what? She was a gypsy. She dealt with the craft from a young age. She brought the craft, the ancient craft, into America amongst OJ and all that. Okay, and taught the craft to her daughters. She's a gypsy. Okay, so there's a lot going on there, and people wonder, well, what's up with her marrying Bruce? Caitlyn, isn't he a trans? Doesn't he deal with? It goes into that sexual ritualistic magic. that embodies Hollywood, folks. Kim Kardashian learned to be a witch from her mother. And they have sensationalized the craft to a degree in which our people don't know good from evil. We don't even recognize craft when we see it. Elder Gaja, let me bring him in. Hold tight. I'm going to get the rest of the calls. Thank you. I'm glad you on hold. I'm going to get all your calls today, so don't worry about it. After this, I'm going to segue to lawyer, go through all your calls before we conclude, and we're going to leave it with the balanced by our spiritual enemies who have used, and this is why they've used women in this craft against us at the very end. Because immediately if you begin to speak against it or stand up against it, you can be shamed by being labeled misogynist or Bible thumper or bullying women.
That's right.
See? These are their walls of concealment, of protection, while they destroy us inwardly within our communities. Let's bring Elder Gaja in. You know, Elder Gaja, over in Jamaica, you know he done seen some craft. Elder Gaja, where are you, my brother? Let me pull him in here. Oh, there he is. He's right there. Add. Gaja, you there? Okay, I can't hear you, Gaja.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
You're loud and clear, brother. Thank you for holding on. I just wanted to make sure I get a lot out before I begin to segue. But now you're here, and it's a pleasure having you, my brother. I hope you're doing great. All right, so Gaja, the floor is yours. The demonic witches of Babylon. What say you?
Hey, big show as usual. Big topic, Elder Man. You know this one is close to home. When you ask the question, do you know witch? Yo, I know witches, warlock. I got cousins, uncles, and aunts. So I got brothers. You know, I got family that delve into this thing on levels. You with me? And to some degree, you know, praise the Most High for the truth, because as you know, Elder Man, a lot of what came out, a lot of what brought me to the truth is seeing that dark side. You with me? Is seeing that evil, that wickedness over on that side, and knowing that it's real. And when we look at it now, like the character Jamaica, littered with it. I mean, you know, high witchcraft they use it on the people to keep them in bondage. And we mentioned the old books. Elder Lawyer, when you go into the demonology of King James wrote about the witchcraft that they were trying to work on him to get rid of him.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
So you see a society hate with it. And from the food that we eat, the GMO food, you know, that science that was given by the fallen angel. You understand? All of that is you know, it is right there. The sister said earlier about knowing witches and all that. And let me tell you something. Some of the nicest people that you will ever meet, some of the friendliest, the kindest people you will come across are witches. What they're practicing is witchcraft. Dealing with is straight witchcraft. And you know, all right, check this out. And I was thinking about this earlier. When you look at our brothers them over there in Mexico, Ishakar, Asha, all throughout Latin America, right? People will look and say that the religion there is Catholicism, but it's not. It's the underneath religion is Santeria. It's witchcraft.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what religion is. I remember when I went to Colombia and I met some of the family down there, and I was telling me that, yo, listen, this is what we do. When I was in Africa, right? When I was in Africa, I saw Muslims and Christians getting married. Why? Because that's just a front. The underlying religion is voodoo, it's witchcraft. You understand me? And how it strategically dropped on where we are in Africa, where, well, I can say 90% of the continent are the children of Jacob, right? How they push witchcraft there, okay? And then when you come over to the Caribbean, it's the same thing. And then when you look now in North America, where Judah and Benjamin and Levi predominantly is right now, how they're pushing the witchcraft. Let me read something here, real quick, out of the book of Ezekiel, the 4th chapter and the 12th verse, all right? And it says, and thou shalt eat it as barley cakes, and thou shalt bake it with the dung that cometh out of man in their sight. And the Most High said, even thus shall the children of Israel eat their defiled bread among the Gentiles, whither I will drive them. So right now, the children of Israel right now is eating this defiled bread. Your corner stores that we talk about, the bodegas them that them have and there are the one that the Arabs them running. Everything in there that they're selling is defiled. You with me? They're giving the children of Israel defiled bread. When you go into the UK, everything is halal. Okay? Everything is Lucifer meat. Is eating that defiled bread. Verse 13. And the Most High said, even thus shall the children of Israel eat their defiled bread among the Gentiles, whither I will drive them. Then said I, Most High Power, behold, my soul hath not been polluted, for from my youth even till now I have not eaten of that which defileth of itself, or is torn in pieces. Neither came there abominable flesh to my mouth. So Ezekiel is like, no, Ezekiel is saying to the Most High, listen, I've never eaten this. But because of what the children of Israel is about to go through, the Most High had Ezekiel go through. Verse 15, then he said unto me, lo, I have given thee cow's dung for man's dung, and thou shalt prepare thy bread therewith. And this is the witchcraft, the defiled bread that we are eating right now, right throughout. I mean, anywhere you see Israel right now, Israel is partaking in this witchcraft to some level, and they're using it to weaken the people. Because if our people go off here into dealing with this sorcery, then it takes away our strength for coming back to the Most High, and it allows them to continue to rule over. Ella, them videos that you're playing earlier before talking about the child sacrifice. I have been in Jamaica on the streets where brothers have walked up to me and said to me, oh, listen, I was in an orphanage in Kingston where I saw a dead baby on the altar, and I have never spoken about it until I hear you talking about it, about witchcraft that they use with the children. You understand me? This is real. This is not no fairy tale made up thing. Okay? When I went into Africa, the Africans were telling me that it was Allah that they were using to do witchcraft. That's why when I ran into you, Ella, you say, yo, Allah is the devil. I'm like, you know something? Yes. Because the Africans themselves will tell you that, yo, this is who they use to do the witchcraft. Is Allah doing the witchcraft?
Allah is the devil.
That's the devil. And they know it. They know it. When you look at the whole construct of America, and this is the crazy thing with the Egyptologists. It's like, listen, everything in America is pyramids and obelisks. Okay, the white man construct is the same construct of the pyramid and the obelisk that you're trying to hold up. The white man, the white Jewish narrative embraces homosexuality. Okay, the Black Lives Matter is run by homosexuals. What you call it, the unconscious community. Oh my goodness! Don't get me started with them.
Now,
Okay?
now, Gaja, now before you go into the conscious community, it's one thing I like to bring out that you highlighted. I don't want to go over brothers and sisters' head. When you said witchcraft is how America was built, and even their constructs in which they worship through rituals, the phallics, which is the obelisk. What's that? The Lincoln? Oh, that's the Washington Monument, right? Washington Monument, where you have that long thing coming out of the ground, which is an obelisk. Well, I wanted to go into that is because part of that, keep in mind, they began to promote with our women toys that are men members. Toys of the obelisk, which was Nimrod's sexual organ. Now, why did they begin to promote that? Because that wasn't something that was promoted around our people as something that's normal to have in your home. Why? That was part of the feminist magic, the worship of Asterisk and Nimrod, so that a woman can substitute an object for a man instead of a man. It was a way of moving a woman out and making a woman think that her needs can be satisfied outside of a man, which is witchcraft and sorcery in of itself, because you're using an object, but what are you not doing? You're not bringing forth life. The obelisk is actually in witchcraft a male's member. And women don't even realize that it's no different than the phallics also is the beginning of what they would call a magic wand. They would use wands to cast spells. It all links back to Nimrod's obelisk. A sexual tool that's used to substitute man, because why? Satan's agenda, his war is against man. It has always been against man. I wanted to put that out there because a lot of people don't even understand how that magic actually goes into these little sex toys and all that stuff they be purchasing. But go on.
Yeah, and right off of the back of that, man, to promote lesbianism, to push that okay, we can do without a man. We're going with the feminists, we're now lesbians. You with me? And listen, this agenda is well crafted, well orchestrated, it's well planned out and thought out how they will do it. Like, for example, Elder, look, and this is no attack on any of my sisters them out there, none of them, none at all. Yeah. But our sisters, Israelite women, especially those of the southern kingdom, right? We have a 70% single rate amongst our women, more than any other woman on the face of the earth. Okay, 70 to 80% of our women are single women, and that is not a coincidence. That's a design. It's by design. Okay, when you go into the book of second Ezra, it tells you that the only thing more powerful than a woman is the truth. The only thing more powerful is the truth. So if you without Christ, you don't stand a chance. And that's why they use women. That's why they need the women to be backing this agenda. When you go into the Willie Lynch letters, they put the women in, they use our women and put them in the letter says a frozen sense of a frozen psychological state to put them above the men. Why is it that these reprobates are running a thing called Black Lives Matter, like you said, Elder, where people over in England is protesting for a brother that they've never seen or a way of life that they've never experienced. No police never shoot no black person in England. Never. It never happened. You understand? So to have them over here marching and protesting and getting amped up over that, it's a high level witchcraft. And they're using it. Like you said, listen. They use the women to push this agenda. Look, Jezebel, okay, that spirit, Jezebel came out and what she was doing. You with me? And like I said, this is no attack on none of my sisters. None of them, not for one iota. But this is the battle that we face right now. This is what we're seeing right now going on. It's witchcraft. It's demonic. It is It is hey, listen, it's sickening to the core. Okay, it's like when you said earlier before, Ella, Tina Turner was better off with the shoes than going over into Buddhism. Okay, when I go through in London in some of these communities where we are, where my foreparents came from the Caribbean and came into the UK, right? And you walk down the street, you see Buddhist temples there, you see Hindu temples, you see churches, you see mosque. You don't see that anywhere else in any other community, no other community. The last time we went street preaching in a so-called Muslim community, we had to get a police escort out because why? The people them wasn't having us come in there to come indoctrinate them people. You understand me? We couldn't do it. We had to get a police escort out. We are the only people on the earth that is open up to all of the elements. To all of the elements. And speaking of the elements, when people talk about this ancestor worship thing, right? Let me bring it back to the Bible for the people who never knew. After the flood, after the Most High made the flood, the people that came after the flood lived longer than the people coming down. Shem outlived Abraham. So what they were seeing is that their ancestors were outliving them. And some of them started to worship the ancestors of the Hamites and the Japhites started to worship them ancestors.
As
but
gods.
The house of
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, as gods, exactly. But the house of Noah knew that, listen, man, this is not the case. They kept the traditions of knowing to worship the God of Abraham. So when you see these guys coming up talking about the worship ancestors, no man, we have the answers for that. We know exactly what happened. It's all a result of the flood. It's called pantheism. Go look it up. It's all a result of the flood. They started to worship the ancestors as gods. Simple as. So when them Egyptologists come with that garbage, we can bin that. We can put that in the bin as well. Next topic. You are caught up in witchcraft, and you need to come out of it because witchcraft is Satanism. Hey.
And you know what, Gaja? Before you yield and I open up the lines, there's no better person who can give this testimony and highlight the ills of witchcraft and sorcery than you. And this is why I'll say this. I'll say this right out. When I met you, Gaja, at Peace FM, now that you can look backward, the whole radio station, every piece of your program at Peace FM was being ran, directed, and broadcasted by witches and warlocks.
100%. 100%. Every aspect of it, Elder, was witchcraft, and that's why now we know why the truth was such a problem about it, because it was under the guise of black power.
Exactly.
So I was puzzled, like, okay then, why is everybody so angry? No, when a black man is coming to speak, but now I know. I mean, back then I couldn't see it, but now it's obvious because why? It's that radio station, right? When they gave the license for that first ever black-owned radio terrestrial broadcast in the UK, when they gave that license, that was never ever for the empowerment of black people. That was never the purpose. The purpose was to keep them down in all of these other ideologies. Remember, you had a Muslim program, you had a Nuwabic program, you had a Christian program, you had another program that never made no sense. You had a woman, you had a feminist program, a woman like Sisters on the Couch, coming and just talking a bunch of garbage. So now, you understand me? No, you look back on it. No, well, I guess you knew it from the day you got in it. But for me, I was perplexed by it. Like, what the hell? Why? If we're here for the empowerment of black people, which is what we say we are, why is this such a problem? You brought up Sebi earlier, Elder, and these people would rather worship Sebi, Dr. Sebi, or whatever it's called. You with me? More than deal with the Most High power. And when you look at it, man, the state, the decrepit state of our people, it's astounding. And they've used the media, the radio, the TV, they've used it to keep the people, to keep them like that. Sorry?
Yeah, let me say this real quick, Gadra. When I came to Peace FM and you were there, right? Remember that. The first thing you told me was to put away the Bible. I keep on quoting this over and over for those who might be new and not realize that you were engulfed in what you would call black power through the conscious community. That was your whole existence when I met you in England on the broadcast. It was to a degree where you made it clear before I walked in the door that you would have nothing to do with this Bible. And here's the key thing about this. And notice how we became enemies of everyone at Peace FM Black broadcast, which was supposed to be for Manchester and throughout the better part of England, a black empowerment platform. It was ran by the Nuwabics. On it were Egyptologists. On it were people that were dealing with black consciousness and herbal and natural things. On the broadcast was also what you would call Rastafarians. On it were Christians as well as atheists, all black, as well as people that were from the political arena that are black, educational, academia area who was black, who were all in agreement for black empowerment. But they all came together as enemies against us. Now I need you, and when you began to understand you were an Israelite, all your friends who couldn't come together because they dealt with all different ideologies but only agreed on black power began to attack you. And check this out. And we were the only people bringing a resolve according to a code or a law in which everyone on the broadcast can get together and get to the bottom of why we are on the bottom and bring a law to bring black people on code. It led to a degree from this so-called black empowerment radio station to where the Jewish people came on. And we began to out them as far as their rabbis and stuff, concealing the truth that they know that black people are the Jews. And what happened with that? No soon as we were able, now we was tearing down every ideology week after week being brought to the table against us from black people. And not once did they look to cancel us off the station. We were tearing down Egyptology, Christian pastors who was coming on. The Bible was totally just decimating them. Muslims came on, black Muslims. They were being decimated. Witches, you name it. Nuwabics, you name it, was coming on and couldn't contend against this Bible. But no soon as we revealed the truth concerning Judaism, all the black people got together and booted you out of that station. You could talk about black people and tear down their ideologies, but how dare you speak against a white Jew? Now I need you to check that out. So who really had the power over the black radio stations in England? Was it black people?
Definitely not.
But go on. But because what I'm saying is, what I'm showing is, the witches and warlocks of our community have handlers. And only when you identify the handlers does reprimand, permanent reprimand, happens against those who reveal them. They don't mind us going against each other and tearing each other down. But when you now identify the handler of the sorcerers who were put in a position to keep us down, that's when you see the immediate power, the unseen hand that's controlling our media outlets. They will never allow us to have a radio station or anything that would bring people together under being the children of Israel. Ever. You say you're an Egyptologist, atheist, even a Satanist, they'll give you a radio show. But go on. I wanted to put that out there. But no sooner as we were to reveal, we started talking about some of the circumcision rituals by rabbis and all that and what they're concealing and what's in the Talmud. No sooner as we start bringing that out, all the black people got together and said, at the radio station, and the board of directors got together on a black radio station and say, well, you black people that speak about this Israelite stuff and us being the Bible, you're not allowed to broadcast anymore. Our masters told us that they'll cut this program, all its funding, if you talk. And
That's exactly what,
go ahead. I'm gonna let you go ahead. Explain to the people, Dodger. Go ahead.
That was exactly what was said earlier. They said, listen, you can do anything except having these guys back on the station. You with me? The Ofcom, which is like the governing body for the UK over the media, had over 5,000 letters within an 18-hour period, over 5,000 emails, right, from the Jewish Defense League or whatever they call it, stating that, listen, that program called Raw Truth Search Engine needs to be off of Peace FM. All right.
Hold on, I thought it was a black radio station supported by blacks.
That's what I thought. There was a picture of me within the studio, and I think a picture of Josh as well was in the studio, stating that don't let these in anywhere in the vicinity of the of the booth. Okay, the whole heap of things was going on. You talk about like the witchcraft and all of that. It would have surprised me if they had my picture up trying to do some witchcraft. But hey, to hell with that. The Most High got me.
See, but on that point, I'm coming back on. I'm a broadcast early Friday for 2 hours because I want to talk about how now it's coming out through Lord Jamar and others what's really going on with Vlad. And now there's a concentrated effort for us to highlight the fact that what's stirring the whole entertainment stratosphere, what's stirring it up is the fact that blacks are coming back to the knowledge that we are the true Jews. I'm going to give a 2-hour special broadcast. I'm going to try to do that Friday early. And I'm going to bring you in through, I'm going to try to bring y'all in through Zoom. And we're going to have that because Lord Jamal and the other brother, what's the other brother that used to be on Vlad TV?
Godfrey.
And Godfrey have come together and said they've had a conversation with Vlad and told Vlad what's wrong with black people saying they're the Jews. And that's really what's behind what's going on. But the Most High is moving something in this earth. You notice when I had a Vlad video up with Nick Cannon, they struck the page for 2 weeks and wouldn't allow it to play. Wouldn't allow us to stream for 2 weeks. So I'm not even going to play that thing. I'm going to go into the talking points of how of us being Israelites. It's really just totally decimating everything that they have established, and it's allowing us to shine light on the darkness and bring God's people together. It's time now for us to come together under our God. And I'm going to also why? Because this COVID thing is being used as a Trojan horse to attack us and our children. And it's led by them. It's led by them. And I'm going to go into it. I'm only 2 hours, a special thing. And I'm going to bring out some things, some news articles and all that I have concerning other countries who are actually now suing the WHO and all that based on what's going on, saying that it was a hoax the whole time. It's really something nefarious going on, something evil going on well beyond a disease. And they're purposely imploding the economies. And how certain countries and all that are now suing the WHO for what happened this year. And I'm going into that Friday, but I'm going to highlight for 2 hours. I'm going to have a special broadcast strictly on the changing of guard, what's going on in this sphere concerning Jew and Jewish. Judah and Jewish will be the topic in which we'll just discuss things on, what's happening amongst the entertainers. 2 hours. And I just want to segue that because the Academy, the 11th, we're going to be dealing with, we're going to actually bring in some of the videos and a lot of stuff we can't show on YouTube to break it down on the next level. So we're going to make that a segment, but I'm going to do that with the 2-hour presentation.
20 seconds.
Showing people what we'll have in the Academy starting the 11th. But go on.
Yeah, I was saying that there's also some entertainers within the UK as well. I'll try and send you the clip of that, of them also being shut down for saying that they are the children of Israel, losing sponsorship, losing everything, losing their lives for saying that they are the children of Israel, and that's really the crux of it. That's why you get your vocab and all the Jesuits coming on, because this is a problem. If we are the children of Israel, then there needs to be some answers. Okay, then who are the people saying that they're Israelites? If we are the children of Israel, who are those people? And if those people got land and all sorts of stuff for claiming that identity, then wait, what's going on here? So there's a lot of reckoning would have to happen with this conversation, and that's what they don't want. 10 years ago, Elder, we were having these conversations in the ghetto where people were waking up to the fact that they are Israelites. I am one of them. I am one of them that woke up based on having these conversations. Okay, I'm one of them that got persecuted for having these conversations.
10
so never
seconds.
mind when it's getting more, when it's more, it's a more wide range now, of a wider range of people knowing that, listen, something, there's something going on here now for us being the children of Israel. You're getting Nick Cannon, you're getting Ice Cube, you're getting all of these people coming out saying, what's that brother called? Kendrick Lamar coming out. You with me? I remember that one brother came out one time, Chingy, but they got to him. You with me? And all of this thing that going on right now, and the media, nobody not watching TV no more. Nobody not watching the program anymore. There've been right after protests in London over the past few weeks of people saying, listen, we are against the vaccines and we are against this COVID agenda. So you're not seeing it on the mainstream news, but people right around the earth right now are waking up to this garbage and saying, no, you with me? And what the people have to understand and see is that, listen, this is Bible prophecy. We can't stop this. We have to get on the right side of it. Okay, we can't march against Babylon. We can't fight Babylon with guns. Babylon make guns. The Bible says that this beast is more dreadful than the tree that came before it.
Yeah,
we can't fight beasts like that. Nah, our battle with this is spiritual. We have to fast. We have to pray. We have to get ourselves in the mindset and be where the Most High said that we must be. And that's the message that we have to convey to our brethren and brothers them out there right now who to some level of consciousness the Most High is allowing them to see. But
Well, Elder Gadget, I'm going to put you on hold for one moment. There go Elder Gadget. There it is. Elder Gadget, just put you on mute. You can come in anytime so I can go through these calls real quick. Oh, yeah?
Sure.
All right. There go Elder Gadget. Let me tell you this right now. There's going to be a good broadcast because they're throwing all their stuff at the wall, hoping something sticks now. Knowing that it cannot be hid that we are the true children of Israel. And that leads to questions like Elder Gadget said, Elder Lawyer. Mm-hmm. Well, if we're the children of Israel, who are they? Okay. And not only that, that pales in comparison to let's get them out of the way and deal directly with our God now. Okay, they have no more power over us to control us anymore. We have awakened to their craft. And through Christ, the blood of Yeshua, and through our promises, the enemy have no more power over the children of light. And this is why they're going off right now. This is why they're circling the wagons and looking to try to poison our children and to destroy us and all that, because we're no longer under their spell. Okay? And I'm speaking of their Harry Potter spell, quote unquote. The school of the art of the occult. And that's a whole nother broadcast. And that's why they're using our sisters. They wound these nut jobs up in the colleges, made them educated demons. Black Lives Matter and others as weapons against us. They're being used against by the same so-called white supremacy they claim to be against.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
917, that's right. They are admitted Marxist. Mm-hmm. Now, when you look at Karl Marx, straight Mason, straight satanic demon, admitted Luciferian. And what the Marxist agenda does is to implode any country. They find the political divide, no matter what that is in the country, and highlight that to take it over. And right now, America's divide is racial. So the Marxists come in at a most volatile time, and they try to fracture it based on whatever the situation is politically that can divide the country. And that's what these black women, these lesbians and others from Black Lives Matter has admitted, that they're trained Marxists, Satanists with a spiritual agenda against God, against God's people.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
917 area code. The demonic witches of Babylon. You're live.
Good evening, elders. First of all, I just want to tell you that I just finished my first academy, and it was awesome.
Praise
and
the Most
I don't
High.
know if I could pick any one particular lesson that was outstanding, but all of them, I would just say, are awesome. And I really appreciate the work you all put into it, because I myself, I set my alarm for 7 o'clock so I can get up, get ready, get my breakfast and everything, and get ready. And I think about the second or third week, after getting up at 7 o'clock, I was still kind of tired, run down. When the news was on, I had to lay on the couch and listen to the news. So I really appreciate all the energy and the work you all put into this. I said, doing the academy and your weekly broadcast, your Sabbath class, and your Wednesday show. I said, I know a lot. It takes a lot of work and energy, because it took me a lot of energy even just to be a learner in this class, I tell you. But now getting on to the point of about the witches. First of all, I want to ask you, is a person that is like a normal clairvoyant or something like that, are they considered a witch?
Oh, big time.
Absolutely.
A clairvoyant is a witch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I know I had a friend of my mother's now. She didn't do anything, like to earn money from it, but she just happened to say, she had this gift. She knew things that were going to happen. And she said it had come on her even as a child. She knew about it as a child. And she said even when she had this as a child, she said she was afraid of it even as a child when she knew that. But if it, it's not something that she practiced, but something that she was even afraid of as a child. What could she have done to alleviate this? I guess if back in the day when they killed witches, I guess, if she had never let anyone know about it, she would have been safe. But in that instance, what could a person do, if they're so-called, quote, gifted with that?
Okay.
What would it be?
Let's get straight to it. A clairvoyant is a psychic, number one, right? See, what you can't get caught up into is their deceptive explanation for what they call their power. Okay? The Most High have given all of us some level of intuition, right? Or discernment. That's nothing that's uncommon to any individual. How many times that you dealt with a situation where you seen something happen and you be like, yo, I seen that. Maybe in a dream, or maybe a scenario where it's like, oh, that's crazy, where most people will call it deja vu or whatever the case, right? And you'd be like, yo, when he said that, it seemed like I seen that moment before, right? Let's make it clear. There's nothing common to man. We all have that. See, but what happens is, because and we all have, don't forget, folks, keep in mind that we're in a sphere floating in the middle of heaven with angels, which are stars around us. So we're in the midst or center of what the Bible call the face of the deep. We're suspended in heaven, and through that, there's spiritual connections from the heavens to us. See, so this is where Satan, and let me break it down on a level where you can understand it. This is where Satan came up with the concept of frequencies. Him being the principalities and powers of the air, and which, with the right antenna, you can link in and receive information. Well, that concept he learned from the heavens, which means the Most High and the heavens have always connected with man since the beginning. That's not no type of gift and I'll have some spiritual discernment and all that. No. You're just more intuitive or in touch with spiritual connection, which it happens to all of us if we pay attention. This particular person decides, well, I've had a spiritual experience, and I'm looking to hone that and keep myself open to receive signals from every place, and I'm willing to sacrifice my soul for help, to continue to connect with the spirits on the outside of me, be it good or evil. Now, the Most High is always connecting. That's Christ. That's the light. That's the Holy Spirit. This person is saying, well, man, that was deep. It scared me at one point, but I like it because I got information others don't. Give me a bite of that fruit so I can understand good and evil and become a superpower over others. And that's what you have. This is how witches are created. Okay.
Okay. Well, I don't think she actually sought to hone her spirit, because like she often said that even as a child,
see, but
that,
sister,
she realized that she
listen
could
to
do
what
it. She was afraid of it.
Sister, listen to me though. You're still telling us and explaining what she told you. Okay. The question is, do you believe a witch?
No.
Okay. I'm not dealing with what she told you because what witches does through deceit, they give you, they usually explain it in a way in which you can receive them into your home. They say it in a way that doesn't seem as evil or wicked as it is. That person is a problem. That person is evil. I don't care what they claim their intentions are. Okay? So the whole deal is, you have to realize, sister, when you're dealing with a witch, you're dealing with a witch. Okay? That's it. Now, does that mean that this person is an evil, purposely deceptive or wicked person? No. It's up to you to know what they're dealing with, to guard yourself from the craft, because there's good things that might be down with this person, but what they bring in could be absolutely deadly. And you can't downplay that by accepting their explanations. You understand? A clairvoyant, listen to me. A clairvoyant is a person who opened themselves up for the temple to be used as a host.
Okay.
That's what it is. Now, here's the piece they probably won't tell you. Okay? Because they are ashamed to, and it happens in our community. A lot of this comes in at an early age through molestation, where they open themselves up to a spirit. They'll tell you about all this other stuff, but they don't tell you what happened to them as a kid that opened them up to a spirit. See? Because, again, they can explain things, but still their power is to protect the demon that has control over them. Okay? So
I'd like to also mention she was an Eastern Star also.
Huh? Eastern?
Which I have played.
Oh,
I said
okay.
I'd like
Okay, so
Eastern Star.
So you said, hold up now. You said this same woman is an Eastern Star.
She's deceased now.
I'm sorry to hear that, but you say she's an Eastern Star. Exactly. Now, what's an Eastern Star?
Yeah, I have found out. You've taught me about the Eastern Star, and also
no, sister,
my
hold up, sister.
Brother and his
sister,
wife
before I don't know if there's
any Eastern Star,
but I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you, and you going on the next thing without answering the question. The question is, what is an Eastern Star?
I guess pretty much a witch, from what I've learned from you about the Masons and the Eastern Stars.
Eastern Stars are known, they know they're witches. They're the wives of committed Freemasons, who when the Freemasons get to a certain degree, they know they're warlocks. Okay, so I'm going to place you on hold. And I'm saying this, and I'm glad the sister is explaining this casually. But what we're not doing is, as a people, we need to be able to get to the bottom of it. Okay? To know the threat of these spirits that exist amongst us, to warn others, to have them understand that they must repent, and to warn our people against these activities, against those who haven't repented with these actions. So I'm glad, because to her it's normal. What do you think about a clairvoyant? Is that a witch? Oh yeah, I knew somebody who's a clairvoyant. That's how normal. That's how much we've normalized dark activity. Oh, Eastern Star. She was an Eastern Star. Now, you go into the Bible, you can identify this. In the Old Testament, Saul, who through his sin realized that the Most High had separated himself from him. He'd been separated by God, the first king. Why? Because he wouldn't listen to the prophet, and he began to do against the Most High, and the Most High was no longer communicating with him. And that's after Samuel the prophet passed. So because he wasn't getting any connection anymore from the father who set him up as king, this Benjamite king, he went and found a clairvoyant. He went and found a woman who was in hiding, who dealt with familiar spirits so she can conjure up Samuel, who was resting in the bosom of Abraham. So there's been interactions all in the Old Testament and all that concerning this activity. The difference between then and now, we knew what the dark side and the occult was. Now it's normalized. And I'm saying that's the problem. I'm not saying look down on people because they're Masons, Eastern Stars, or they're doing this and doing that. We must have the knowledge of it to protect our children from them and our being from them, until the place of repentance, until they realize they're wrong and come on the right side of this before they're judged. Because that's the biggest problem in our community. The fact that we allow sorcery, witchcraft, evil, satanic activity to fester. That's our problem. And we lackadaisical about it, and we just point to somebody, a white cop shooting a black man. But yet there's a sorcerer on the corners in our neighborhoods selling drugs. That's a sorcerer. Drug is pharmakeia. Pharmakeia is sorcery. That's a drug dealer. A drug dealer is a sorcerer. We'll immortalize and memorialize or put on a pedestal Freeway Ricky Ross, who was known for almost destroying single-handedly a whole community within the United States throughout every major city through his sorcery called crack cocaine that was actually created through the CIA. To you, he has a good story, Freeway Ricky Ross. Right. To us, sorcerer. Okay, because we read the Bible. Have you repented, Freeway Ricky Ross, for killing? You know, our people still haven't recovered from the crack cocaine epidemic. But then, to celebrate that, we'll have him on Vlad TV talking about how he was able to rise from the ashes and become a top sorcerer to help destroy our community. And then, as a reward, after getting out of jail, oh yeah, I'm going into the marijuana dispensaries now. So you haven't done enough destruction amongst us? So now you just low-key your wizardry? To a degree where it's not crack cocaine, it's only synthetic marijuana. Sorcerer. See, you can't even identify that not reading the Bible. He's not repented of his sorcery. He just changed the potion, the poison. You have to understand what a witch is, what a warlock is, so that we can protect our people and warn them that a judgment is coming. Next call.
If I could mention as well, going
Yeah.
back to the sister's question, what could she have done in that situation, being that this thing came on her as a child? Well, first and foremost, she has to acknowledge, or obviously it's too late, may the Most High have mercy on her soul.
Yeah.
But first and foremost, to acknowledge that it is a demonic spirit that is revealing itself to her, which is now allowing her to see certain things, quote unquote, in the future. Secondly, as you mentioned, usually there's an opening, there's a gateway that takes place, either through molestation, or you have to realize with our people, there's covenants that are made with demonic forces and demonic spirits for whatever reason. And once that covenant is made, those spirits enter into the life of not only the individual who made the covenant, but the family members of those who made those particular covenants. So acknowledging that it is a demonic spirit, and now praying against it and rebuking it and asking the Most High to free you from any demonic forces that have entered into your life.
And I'm glad you highlighted that, lawyer, because you're saying she was a child. She was innocent, right? Let's just say everything she told you was absolutely true. Let's deal with it from that angle now. That she was an innocent child and realized she had a gift. Let me tell you, folks, there's generational curses. Who knows? He probably wasn't touched at all. Who knows? Maybe her father or mother went to an African artifact place and brought a piece of art and brought it in the house, not realizing it had been prayed over by a high priest of Africa. And now you're sitting there with an art piece in your house, but within the art piece is a demon now riddling havoc in the house. So you have to be careful what you bring in your home.
And also she mentioned that she was an Eastern Star. People don't just wake up one day and say, I'm going to become an Eastern Star.
That's what I'm saying.
Those are generational family.
Exactly. That's generational. That's introduced. That's an initiation into a fraternity. So they're giving you the low-key witch conversation you'll accept. Oh, I was a child, I'm gifted, and I was always able to see. This is how witches get in. But if you become an Eastern Star, you're doing that consciously. You're not doing that unconsciously. You're doing that with full understanding of what you're going into. Now, when she say that I had these gifts and I always, as if she can't fight this, she was supposed to go to a leader, someone in a church, a pastor, and ask the pastor to pray this demon out of her. It wasn't about her having gifts. It was about her repenting of this and getting rid of the demon. Not protecting the demon by claiming, well, this demon give me gifts to see. It's called familiar spirits. And what we cannot do is excuse witchcraft. To me, yeah, I've ran into witches. Of course, they're everywhere. But you know what? If I see them and know who they are and what they're doing, and they don't want to repent, hey, I know exactly what to do to protect me and my family from such spirits. Okay? They know where I stand, and they know where they stand. Okay? But at least I can see. And that's the whole point. You have to know what's around you and the potential threat of it. Next call. 512 area code. 401 area code. Let's go down. Let's try to 15 more minutes, 15, 20 minutes, and we're out. So let's just go through the calls, and please be mindful of the time and understand. You don't have to be nervous or what I'm finding out though, that, and it's a curse we must break, that something is going on with us as a people that conceals, that don't want to actually expose these spirits. And I pray that the Most High give us the courage as a people to out those demons, out those spirits. Okay? Even if we're participating in those things. And that's why the Most High says, confess your faults one towards another. Even if you can't do it on the broadcast. Okay? You're going to have to talk about what happened to you. Or you have to talk about these things, these practices, these dark practices, so that you can get help. 401 area code.
Shalom, Elder. First, I want to say thank you very much. All the time and energy you guys put in.
Praise the
Most High. But I want to talk about the witchcraft.
Yeah.
My family, my mother's side is from Barbados, her great grandmother. And so witchcraft is like really in the family. And I remember when I was young, about 6 years old, my grandmother used to have me write a letter to the dead people and fold it in 3 halves, don't dot the T's across the I's, put a penny over it. And then the dead people would come give me a dream. I would tell her the dream, and she would interpret the dream and play her lottery numbers or win. And so when I became 8 years old, I told her, I don't like doing that no more. I was afraid. I said, I don't want to write the dead people.
Hold up now, because I don't.
Stop me
listen,
from writing them.
sister, listen. I don't want brothers and sisters to miss what you've just said. You need to explain this story again, nice and slow, so that everyone listening can hear this. This is an innocent child here. Mm-hmm. An innocent child who's open for righteousness, to be led in the right path, being introduced to something knowingly by a loving adult. Say it again, sister, nice and slow, because we want brothers and sisters to know this exists. Go on. Say it again.
Yes, when I was around, I think it was between 5 and 8 years old. I stopped when I was 8.
No, just what happened? What happened?
She used to have me to write a letter to dead family members.
Hold up.
Write
a letter to dead family members, brothers and sisters. A 5-year-old child. Was this your grandmother?
Yes, it was my grandmother. She used to tell me what to write and put in the letter, and I had to use my own handwriting. I wasn't allowed to cross any of the T's or dot any of the I's. And then I had to fold the letter in 3. It had to be on a white piece of paper, and then I had to put it under a clear glass of water and put a penny with the head face up. And then that night I would go to sleep and have a dream. I would get up in the morning and she would say, tell me what you dreamt about. I would tell her what I dreamt about. She would interpret the dreams and go play the lottery numbers.
And hit.
And then yes. And then one day I just got afraid. I didn't want it to write dead people. I said, I don't want to write dead people no more. I don't want to do this. I'm afraid. So then she had my younger sister to start doing it.
So here it is. She didn't want to do it no more. Hold up. You didn't want to do it anymore. So she turned to your younger sister to become an intermedium for dead people.
And because of that, my eyes been like really open to like the spirit world. Like I can hear them. I can hear them as if they were human. I can hear them. Every now and then see them, but mostly hear them. And I've been in the truth. And I remember when she died, she left all her little witchcraft books, and I found out that they were wrong. So I like threw them away, ripped them up, and threw them in the garbage. And but they were really some deep books. And I can tell you one thing: the spirit world is real.
Thank you, sister. Thank you, sister. I appreciate your testimony. And anytime you need prayer, we're here for you. I'm going to place you on hold.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to show you how deep the Most High is, because what's the chances of someone coming in giving their testimony of a young person who say that they have powers?
Mm-hmm.
And then the call right afterwards, someone do come in and say, well, hold up now. I was able to go to sleep after being taught by my grandmother, the witch.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I was learned at the age of 5 to become an intermedium between the dead for my grandmother. Now, some people can't remember that age. Sometimes. So here it is. You have somebody who say, well, I have gifts. I can see the future. And not realize, and what they won't tell is that, well, my grandmother used to use me for an intermedium for the dead. And then she becomes an Eastern star, having that same demon guide her from 5 years old, introduced through her parents, a generational curse, up until the point she's aged and become a top witch, married to a warlock or a mason. You can't make this up, folks. You can't make this up. And I'm glad the sister came on and admitted that and talked about it. Because for some reason, our community protect witches. But the whole time, you will allow people right out to attack the Bible and the truth of the Bible and the prophets of the Bible and Christ and God. And with no pushback, you'll allow that all day long, but you'll protect witches. You'll protect warlocks. You'll protect drug dealers. All that's wrong with us, you'll protect. But we don't even protect our children. 5 years old. And I'm glad this is being highlighted, because I wanted to really point out witches, because no one can blame a man for that. No one can say, well, it's a man's fault that happened. Okay? Because witches take the power of men. They use the men for whatever they want to use them for, like a black widow. And how dare a man question their power? So we have to, brothers and sisters, be able to identify these witches, because Satan have put them in full position. Every place a man had authority is gone in the earth right now. And these unrepentant witches run wild, unidentified. Man, what a show tonight. Anything, lawyer? Before I go to the next call?
Hey, like you mentioned, it's a prime example of what we were just discussing, how you will have someone who is already dealing in some form of demonic activity, and they introduce it into the family to children and things of that nature. Now that child becomes scarred for life based on this person doing God knows what.
Yeah, she says she still ever so often hears screams and all that.
Yeah. Shame, man.
It's a shame. And see, let me tell you, especially those who believe in the Most High in Christ and the Bible, we can no longer be silenced against this evil that ferments and totally come in and destroy us internally. We can no longer be silent about this. One moment. 512 area code. Take this with me.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Abdullah.
All right, 512 area code. You're live on Blog Talk.
Shalom, Elder Ricard, and Shalom, Elder Moya. I'm sorry about that.
Shalom.
It's Sister Diane from Killeen. Shalom. It's Sister Diane from Killeen, Texas. And I have a very, very powerful testimonial in overcoming a witch. In my mid-20s, I actually frequented a psychic. And now you have to remember, at this time, I was very young and vulnerable. I didn't know what I was into. So I went to this psychic, I would say once a month, and I did this for a period of months. Well, then it came a time where I was just so compelled to read more of the Bible. Like I was reading the Bible, but I really got even more serious and really delved into the Bible and started reading like never before. So then I went to my monthly event with the psychic, and I did what I always did. I put down my $20 bill, I sat down, and she would shuffle the cards. So we didn't even get that far. I didn't even get to sit down, and I put my $20 down on her desk, but I didn't get to sit down. She looked at me and she said, Diane, I need you to leave. And I said to her, why? Like, what did I do? What happened? Because I couldn't figure out what's different about this visit than all the other visits. So she said, I want you to leave. She said, there is a spirit on you that is stronger than the spirits that I call upon. You're frustrating me, and I can't get information on you. Your spirit has blocked the spirits that I call upon. I can't get information on you even if I wanted to. So she opened up my hand, she took the $20 bill, she put it in my hand, and she covered my hand over the $20 bill, so I had a tight grip on it, and she said, please leave. I have been blocked from reading you. I can't do anything with you. I can't call upon my spirits because your spirit is overpowering my spirits. And there's nothing I can do for you. Don't ever come back. Don't ever come back. I never want to see you again. And I walked out and I thought, well, I know who I serve, the living God. I wasn't in the truth. I had no idea at that time, because I'm in my 50s now. So, I'm 57, so much, much older and much, much wiser. But I turned my back and I really just buried myself in Ahiah's word. And I thought, I don't fully understand what happened to me. I do now, but I really don't fully understand what happened to me. But I was determined to find out. But isn't that totally amazing? She admitted that she calls one upon spirits with an S, and she told me, your spirit is overpowering my spirits. I can't call upon them. I've been blocked, and you're frustrating me. Leave. And she had this look on her face like it was the strangest look, because at the time I had my eyesight, so I could see. It was like her eyes lifted. It was like she was trying so hard to get to her spirits, but she couldn't do it. So I just turned my back. I walked out, never to return, and I've sought the Holy Father ever since. and I've been just so diligent about reading the Word, and I'm so blessed to have found the GOCC. But the spiritual world is so real, but we're not to fear the evil spirits, because the spirit that's in us, the Ruach that is in us, is stronger than these demons, than these evil spirits, and they know it. And they bow down and they adhere. And having the true name means everything. I am just so blessed to be in this truth for over 4 years now. And I love you, elders. I appreciate everything that you do. And that is my testimony.
Well, thank you, sister. I'm going to place you on hold. And that's right. The spirit is real. And when they know that the spirit is in you, those demons have no power. But I'm glad she was able to, recognize later on what that interaction is, knowing to actually beware of any interactions like that going forward.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's instances where some people aren't as strong and are taken, okay, with those spirits. So I'm glad she mentioned that. All right, let's go down the line because we have a lot of people waiting. I want to make sure we get through. 410 area code. And yes, you have to realize the powers that be, the Kabbalist, let me put it that way, the system they set up under the God they serve, Satan, they make sure they put a certain type of woman in position of influence. Okay. And we have witches all amongst us. I mean, and the majority of the women they have are compromised witches, like Oprah. Okay. Like Ellen DeGeneres. These are straight out. And matter of fact, Oprah is a self-proclaimed witch. If you listen to her and look at the guests she bring on, she's a top occultist. Well, she used to bring on, but now her light is dimming. And guess what? Hey, when they can no longer use their tools, they break them. So I hope Oprah isn't too far gone to a degree in which she can't repent and use her platform even in her last breath for good. 410 area code.
Yeah, shalom, brothers. I just want to share, man, how this witchcraft could really have an effect on your family, So I just want to share it with you. So when I was when I was an adolescent, I moved into a house, with my mother, my stepfather, and upon moving there, my mother found a board. It was inside of a closet, inside of the back room. And so I'm 13 years old at this time, and she had me sit with her. We played with this Ouija board, and mind you, I don't even know what this board is. So she felt it move, so she had me throw it out. So I took it outside, threw it in a trash can. But the next morning, I heard it, and the board was back inside the house. So mind you, we don't even know how that happened or whatever. So from there, it's a certain spirit that comes with that. It preys on vulnerable people, because shortly after that, after we finally got rid of that board, she came home one day. She used to work at a bank, and she found an oil that was in her purse. And she asked me, did I know what it was? And I didn't. And, shortly after that, she was real stressed. Her hair started falling out, and she talked to one of my aunts, and they said that, basically told her that she had a hex put on her. So from there, it was some guy that came, and he blessed the house, and he told her to put some items into a paper bag. And I had to ride with her to a cemetery at 2 a.m. in the morning. And she had to throw it out. I was terrified. A teenager. I didn't even know what was going on. And so from there, I feel like that spirit always was with her, because once I became 18, I went away for college. And when I was away for college, my mother, she attempted suicide 3 times. And so this third time, It was at my very end of my, me being away, in a different country at university. And I ended up moving back home because my mother was in a coma in her last suicide attempt, right? So,
hey, brother, I need you. I know it's a sad story, but I'm gonna need you to get right to it and knowledge that we're winding down and we have a lot of people under you. So, if you don't mind, I don't mean to cut you off, but let's get the short story.
All right, so basically, all these avenues of witchcraft, can really hold a person down. I feel like what happened years ago with the Ouija board and the oils and being subject to those things, it led her to, to her being down and actually trying to commit suicide. She was in a coma. So her last suicide attempt was just this year in late June, right? So when she did that, it took her 3-4 days to come out of what she was in. She took a whole bunch of pills behind my back and stuff because I'm looking over her now. So mind you, I came into the truth. I actually knew what the Most High name was and the name of the Son, Ahia, and the name of Yeshua. So I actually got her to get on her knees and pray. So after that, it just showed me what the power the name of the Most High has against these demonic forces, because after that, she started taking walks around the neighborhood after she actually prayed in the name of, in the name of Yeshua to Ahia. And I was able to, find the root of like the pills that she got and everything. And she's doing great right now. But it's just some of these things we don't know what it do to you. When she went to visit my sister out of town, there's so many things that was in the house, that you just got to get out of your household. It was the African mask hanging on the wall right next to the Ten Commandment plaque. Get rid of that. The Christmas tree, different crosses hanging up on the wall. So like, you just never know what spirit is with these things. And it's very important to know the name of the Most High. And I think that's what, I know that's what really got her to come out of that mind state she was in.
Well, thank you, brother. I really appreciate it, brother. Thank you for your testimony. And that's deep. Some of the things he's bringing out, the fact that it can start at one area as an entry point, but affect the rest of your life. And I think that's what we can take from this also. I thank the Most High that nothing really happened to her to a degree in which she was able to take her life, and that and that the name of the Most High was introduced, to her to a degree that's bringing her through this.
Right.
But really, this show is to actually make sure that brothers and sisters take the right paths into closing all doors, making sure that there is no initial entry point. Because really what they don't tell you that you don't have to, number one, you don't have to be afraid. And really you have the upper ground in Christ, in which they're really afraid of you. And just like the whole vampire concept, what gives them power is when you voluntarily let them in. They have no power unless it's yielded. Automatically through the Spirit of the Most High, we are more powerful than they are. And so you have to understand that power and don't operate in the spirit of fear, because they use fear to put you under subjection. Okay? And don't get all blown away when you see something or heard something as far as being intuitive to make you believe you have some level of superpower over mere men. That's a trick that's played on you so that you can continue to delve into the occult spirit that's looking to gain control of your temple. So they'll give you a little caveat to make you believe you're special. Okay? And be careful with that. Those are entry points. All right? All right, let's get a few more and then we'll just leave this off until Friday. 614 area code.
Hello?
Shalom, you're live. I think I hear something in the background. You're live with the Gathering of Christ Church. Our topic today, as you know, I'm sure you're listening to the broadcast, the witches of Babylon. All right, we're breaking down the demonic witches of Babylon, and we are exposing their deceptive tactics, okay, so that we can make our children and others aware of them. Okay, going forward, in hopes, and I'm always looking on the bright side, in hopes that they'll they repent for their evil deeds against mankind. Okay? Because some people delve in witchcraft and don't even know it. Witchcraft, and guess what? There's higher levels of witchcraft, which is straight out spells and all these other things. And then there's lower magic with deceiving people. Okay? There's lesser magic that comes with conjuring and doing things to deceive someone into your charm. But go ahead, sister. You're live.
Shalom, elders.
Shalom. The floor is yours. Shalom. How are you?
Fine. I just wanted to say, my great grandma was an Eastern Star, but she's no longer with us anymore. Okay. And there was been things been said, in our family that you hear about feeding a man to keep him, burying his underwear in the backyard to keep him. I heard a lot of stuff, and it frightened me because I'm like, I didn't expect that kind of stuff in my family. Because my grandma and my great grandma, they're the matriarchs of our, the family. They were big mama style. You know what I'm saying? So it's really hard to see them in that light. Growing up and hearing those things, and now that I'm in the truth, it's like, oh my God, that's been witchcraft all this whole entire time. And now my daughter is delving into stuff, reading tarot cards, and they've been raised in the church. Not to say too much about the Christian church or what have you, but I tried to get them rooted before I came in the truth. I've been only in the truth for maybe 2 years. But now it's trickled down into my kids. And I'm trying to find a way to break this generational curse, because my daughter is really dealing with some stuff called or the Orishas, and she's sending me stuff about, so why didn't the Orishas save our ancestors from slavery? I mean, she's dealing with all this stuff, and I'm telling this baby girl, you're wrong. You're messing with some spirits you ain't going to be able to get rid of, and you need to let it go. So what do I do? I mean, I'm praying. I'm trying to get this curse off of my family. It's in my sons. I'm scared. I'm scared. I really am, and I don't know what to do, but just keep praying.
Well, let me ask you this question. How old is your sister and how old is your son? We're going to get to your mother or your grandmother in a moment. How old are your children?
My daughter, she's 27, and my son is 26, and my other son is 22.
Okay, let's deal with the 27-year-old young lady. Is she married?
But she's divorcing her husband, and she has 2 beautiful babies, which are my grandkids, and I'm frightened for them because I don't know what they're getting into.
Okay, so she's married, but she's filing for divorce.
Exactly.
Okay, and her husband. Explain this to me real quick without going into too much detail. Who was running things in the home, her or the husband? Huh?
My daughter.
Yeah, that's why I ask you. And hey, number one is she's in for a rude awakening, because life after 27 isn't going to be what it was before 27. Okay, she's being deceived. But we're going to deal with her in a moment, but let's first deal with your grandmother. The thing of, I thought, and it's good, a way to a man's heart is his stomach. That's not witchcraft. A good man loves a woman who can cook. Mm-hmm. That's not witchcraft. That's the way it is. I'm down with that. Cook for a man, because a good meal, that's good. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a jewel to find a woman who can cook nowadays. So there was no problem with that with your grandmother. But I kind of thought that you do. Let me say what I'm saying. It's more of the woman's. Okay. It's more of a woman's femininity and her being agreeable that endears her to a man than her taking his drawers, his underwear, and bearing them out back. So when I'm hearing these things, there's a lot of things men, myself, because the first time I ever heard anything like this, it's a lot of things. And I've heard a lot. It's a lot of things that we don't know about women. I didn't know that women would go to such depths to keep a man. I mean, this is beyond anything. When you said she telling her daughters, okay, make sure you get a hold of his drawers to bear them out back and he'll stay. That's a whole nother level of something that we need some insight on. I'm glad you're mentioning this so that our young men can be more cognizant and our young men can actually, be more in tune and finding out who we are connecting ourselves with. And no disrespect to your daughter, because we're going to see what we can do to try to help her. But we have to make sure our young men are making the right choices when it comes to choosing these women and looking into the backgrounds. Are you marrying into or having children with generational witches? Okay, so, hey, I'm glad you talking about this because I've never heard anything like this before. I mean, I was like, what? I mean, you looking around, honey, you see my underwear. And she's sitting there knowing darn well, oh, they had a hole in them. And I just do. And she's back there with a shovel digging up a hole, writing your name on some drawers and throwing them into. I didn't sign up for this. So, not to stay there, sister,
Okay.
but sister, but I'm gonna let you go ahead. Not to stay there, but I really believe that you need to. First of all, you don't want to get to a degree in which you become the nagging mother as they perceive. Right? And that spirit know that you're dealing with the power of the Most High and you'll run your daughter or your children away. What I would suggest is every opportunity you can, invite them over to do the things they like to do with you. Even before they got introduced to all these things. And pray with your children. Don't even try to say it's wrong what you're doing. Nah. Bring them over together and y'all just get together and say, listen, I just want to pray. I don't like, I just want to pray with y'all. And at least, do me some honor as a mother, and ever so often, let's make this a routine at least once a month or something, which we have dinner like we used to. All our beliefs to the side, and let's talk together, let's eat together, let's pray together. And you use that name, in the name of Ahai Bashim Yeshai will look over my children, heads my children. Because guess what? The righteous, even when you look in the Old Testament, Job didn't have the best of children, but his prayer hedged his children and protect them. Even though they went off and did the wrong thing, the Most High still hedged them for Job's sake. On and on and on. Lot's children went off. They were following the spirit of Sodom and Gomorrah. They believed in the ideologies of Sodom and Gomorrah, but the Most High, for Lot's sake, hedged them. So I can understand your frustration and you actually putting this out there, amongst the elders and here, and the angels are witnessing everything that's going on. Your prayers go before the Most High in the censer, and guess what? The Most High hear your prayers. And through that prayer, hedge your children long enough to find the right path. Okay? That's my advice I would give. Start it off by trying to attach to those children. Attach to them before. You know where those soft spots are. And you need to hit those soft spots that you had as a mother with your children before they began to go astray. Find that spot, get them there together through food or whatever, and pray with them. Okay? That's the beginning to where they can begin to open up to you. When they begin to talk, then you'll be able to isolate those demons and understand where this stuff is introduced, where they're getting it from, and you can work with it one issue at a time. But what Satan try to do is use this truth, and you come with it. So Satan will use your truth to drive them away. I'm gonna tell you right now. So you have to realize you have to use the power you have as a mother to get them in a space to get to them. That'll get to them. Okay. But go ahead. You had to say something before I get to the next.
I wanted to clarify just one thing. When I told you about the feeding, I meant that women were feeding men their menstrual. That's what I said by feeding.
What? Man,
Yes.
Hold up.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I thought the draws was the problem.
Elder. Hello, Elder, you there?
That's the thing, man.
What?
Elder.
Yes.
Man, where was I, in a hole somewhere this whole time?
They were.
I'm thinking.
I'm telling you what I was.
Hold up, sister. Hold up.
I'm telling you what I was told when I was coming up.
Hold up, sister. Hold up. Just chill for a second. I thought she talking about mac and cheese, collard greens, and yams.
Hey, Elder, you can hear me?
Hold on, sister. Let me put you on hold. This is too much for me.
Okay.
I'm coming back. I thought digging a hole for draws was one thing. But she says no, the feeding. I'm like, okay, that's cool. Mac, cheese, collard greens, smothered. Turkey wings. Gaja, she said menstrual blood.
Elder.
She said menstrual blood.
That's a real thing.
Hold up. I'm putting up the wrong stuff and everything right now. Not too many things can shock me. I thought that earlier some of what I put for the broadcast was enough. And I think that concluded Blog Talk. Don't worry about it. We'll pick it up Friday. But we're going to end it with you, Gaja.
Yes, Elder. That what you just said is a real life scenarios. I've dealt with a lot of them scenarios dealing with people that has been through that and know exactly what that is. That's a real thing amongst the Caribbean, amongst Benjamin. Real time thing going on with that women do. And what they're doing it for is actually to trap the man. You with me? And
you ever heard of this?
I've heard of it before, yeah.
I give you an example of something else. Check this out. In Jamaica, right? You had a lot of men that were just killing women and turn themselves in at the police station. And when they were investigating it, this is what was going on. A lot of the women had the men under spells, and they would know it. And what they were told to do was actually to kill the women to break the spells. So this is a real thing within our communities, within our society, and I mean from grassroots level go right up. That what that sister just said, real occurrences within our communities. I have seen it. I have seen incidents, and I know people firsthand who have dealt with that through baptism and coming into the knowledge of the truth in the name of Yeshua, through the Most High, that they were able to break themselves from some of these bonds.
Hey man, I'm gonna tell you right out. This is wild. Because here it is. It seems like there's so much pushback when we bringing forth information that can actually free our people. on the surface, when we're bringing out some information, it's like we get all these pushback and all that, this and
yeah.
And now I'm starting to see why this wall that been put up that cannot be beat down exists. Because people are doing all these things that even women know about. And guess what? I'm a man, all right? I thought I know the Bible and all that, but I thought I found out everything. And there's these eternal secret that comes through from witches that men are not let in on. It's a whole world. This witch thing is bigger than I thought. This woman say, well, yeah, menstrual blood in the food to keep a man. And then I'm looking at the chat and they saying, well, I thought you was from Louisiana, Elder Ricasci. You didn't know about that. I'm like, what?
Oh boy. Oh gosh.
I'm
yeah,
like,
man. I mean, Elder, there's more stuff there, and I would even want to repeat some of these stuff online on air broadcast. You with me? There's some real sinister stuff that goes on with this witchcraft thing, Elder. Like I would even bring it up. I would even repeat it. You with me? Because it's a real aspect of our culture, of what has become our culture.
Gotcha.
You with me?
Gotcha. Here's my problem. Here's my problem. Not that, I'm over the shock of it right now. My problem is that 9 out of 10 of these people that are doing all these secret evil things claim to be Christian, claim to believe in Christ. 9 times out of 10, they're in the Christian church. They grew up in the Christian church. And that means on a higher level, the church have been hiding witches amongst us, warlocks amongst us, and they're doing all this evil. Our foreparents have been doing all this evil in these churches in the name of Christ. But yet I come out and say I'm an Israelite and that we need to follow the law and that we need to stop the wickedness and get on code according to God before judgment. And yet we're ostracized as some level of cult. Something is wrong with us because we want the evil to stop.
Right.
Hello, what you just said just right now is profound, because when you look at the Messiah, people come to the Messiah and say to him that, have we not done works in your name? Have we not cast out? And Christ is like, no, man, move. Because what the church is really doing is witchcraft. The exorcism, all of it. I have a brother in Jamaica, right? Within the church. And he'll tell you that he was going through some stuff within his home. And he went to the church. And the church prescribed for him witchcraft. And he said right then and there, he knew that he was not supposed to go back to the church. That brother is in Jamaica right now, a pillar within the church. Within the Gathering of Christ Church, a pillar of a brother right there. Brother Mashal is probably tuning, listening right now. He went to the Christian church because of some things that were going on with him, demonic activities within his house. And the church, the pastor prescribed witchcraft. The pastor said, go get some stuff, go back in and do this. And he knew it was witchcraft. So this is, like I said to you, when I went to Africa, right? And I was encountered with Muslims and Christians. Being a Muslim and being a Christian was nothing, because the main religion was voodoo. The main religion was witchcraft. So that was his affront. So the Christians will celebrate Eid. The Muslims will celebrate Christmas. It was nothing. But the main core of what was going on under the underbelly was witchcraft. And I would say a place like Jamaica, of course. Jamaica has the most churches per square mile more than anywhere on the planet, right? And the crime just keeps rising. Everything that's wrong going up. It's witchcraft. When you go into the church, you see bottles of water put up. You see the idols put up. It's straight witchcraft, and that's what it is. It's a part of our society. Let me tell you something. These sisters, not saying it in a derogatory way, but our sisters coming on can can tell you some stuff right now that will turn your head, like they know stuff. You with me? That's been cultural that's been engrafted in them coming down. With the menstrual, with cooking food, with burying clothes, with taking your man's clothes, with the sweat on it, all sorts of stuff. Putting things in the house, planting things within the yard, all sorts of things. That will do to go on to say, okay, we're gonna keep the home. When they're building a house, right? Construction wise in Jamaica, and I think this goes right throughout Israel. What the builders will do, they'll come and want to kill an animal on the site, saying that they need to sprinkle blood and give for the spirits, right? Every site that I've been, I'm like, yo, listen, we're not doing any construction work we're doing, we're not killing no animals here, all right? If you want to kill an animal, take that somewhere else. But we're not sprinkling no blood here. And these things are normal things for our people to do. No, it's normal. It's normality. It's a way of life. And if we go against the grain of the way of life, then we are the cult. We are the enemy. We are Lucifer himself. But anyways.
See, but now I'm gonna tell you what's going on though now. Because at one point, throughout our society, it seems as if what we were sowing as a nation or individuals weren't coming around in due time. Like someone can say, well, my grandmother was an Eastern Star. My grandmother did this. My mother did that. I'm going to tell you, we're living in a time now where there's immediate judgment for those actions, where you're not going to live to see the age of your grandmother. The Most High is turning things around quick. Let me read this real quick. Let's get Galatians 6 real quick, Elder Lawyer. And that's what's coming around. And I think a lot of people who used to deal with these crafts are realizing that they aren't working anymore. And that's what's frustrating those on the left. The leftists, the Satanists, the feminists. Because you don't have the time grandmom had to die an Eastern Star. And it's not working the same because the Most High have dimmed the light for you. Your seers can't see anymore. And everything you're doing has an immediate boomerang effect where it's coming down on you and your family immediately, dealing in the craft. They can no longer hide it. And see, the Most High says everything in the dark shall come to the light. And here we are now. I'm hearing things. I'm glad I didn't hear it. I didn't want to believe that activity like this can happen. You understand? I didn't want to believe. I would like to view, and I'm trying to guard my words, but we're not talking about dumb people here. We're talking about influential, powerful women who could have had that, used their same education and power as a reverse to show the righteousness and virtue of women who chose to be witches to do what? For power, to gain power. Let's get Galatians 6 and read 6 and 7 real quick, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Galatians 6, verse number 7. Be not deceived, God is not mocked.
You can't make mockery of the Almighty. Read.
For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap.
Whatever you put in the ground is coming back. See, what's going on is now that we know we're Israel and we're coming around to being Israelites, it's a whole nother reaction to your curses now. At one time, you can do it to the ignorant and it wouldn't initially come back on you. But when if you try to curse Israel, now that we know we're Israel, and our people are coming back, and this is why the Jews and others don't want us taking on that name and admitting to the earth and putting it out there with our mouths the power of being an Israelite, because they understand the engagement. If we know we're Israel, we fall under the blessings. And if they curse us and others curse us, if witches try to curse us, immediately it'll come on them. Whatever demon they have sent out against us will begin to attack them, their family, their children, and drive them mad. And this is what they understand. So there's levels of why they don't want us to know we're Israel. Because in the Bible, it tells under the blessings of Abraham, it says it. Abraham, for you and your seed, blessed are they that bless you, and cursed are they that curse you. So if they try to sow curses or seed curses against us, they will see an immediate return on their house. With us knowing we're Israel. Now, if we think we're black, African American, if we think we are Nuwabic, Egyptian, guess what? It doesn't apply to you. It doesn't apply. Why? Because you're not under the blessed name. So now these witches are seeing an immediate return. The things they used to use to be able to gain the power over men and to keep us oppressed no longer has the same force. A matter of fact, you curse us is coming on your head. Let's read it.
Galatians 6 and 7.
6 and 8.
6 and 8. For he that soweth to his flesh shall of the flesh reap corruption.
Come on.
But he that soweth to the Spirit shall of the Spirit reap life everlasting.
Shall reap life everlasting. When we accept Christ and the truth of who we are according to this gospel, we're now under the blessings and have no fear of what witches might do. Okay? Or evildoers or warlocks or necromancers, because we know now that we've accepted our name and we've come back to the power of being a child of Israel. Cursed are those who would dare curse us. And it goes down to putting blood in stuff. It goes down to grabbing someone's underwear and burying it, putting their names on something. Whatever you try, that demon you're sending against Israel is going to wreak all types of havoc in your home and destroy your family. See, and that's the fear, because now we're coming from up under the curse into the blessings. And guess what? The Gentiles know it. This is why it's almost illegal for a black man to claim he's an Israelite. This is why they're coming after Nick Cannon. This is why they're coming after all these others. And they ostracized Deshaun Jackson, on and on and on. Kendrick Lamar, right now, and he's in the witness protection program. Where is he? One of the greatest artists of our time. This is why. Because guess what? Their sorcery can no longer work. Even the Kabbalists understand this. Those that over Judaism realize that if they try to curse us and all that, now that we know we're Israel, those demons are going to tear them asunder. And they know it. The demons they worship, who are heinous, and they know it. Sisters, don't become infantry. Don't become the covert agents for the enemy. If you know, if you have witnessed witchcraft, have been a part of it, or seen it in your family, use that as something, as a learning tool. Use that and say, blessed are my eyes that I see, my ears that I hear, and that the Most High have delivered me from the curse of my grandmother. How do you look back on what your grandmother did or what your parents did or others? You know how you do it. You don't look back in disdain. You look at it as the Most High blessed you to reverse the curse. You are the answer for the ills and the wrong of your grandparents. You are the fixer. You're here to turn that curse into a blessing. You are their progeny, and the opportunity. The Most High blessed you with the knowledge that you're Israel to leave a righteous legacy. Okay, that's your power. So there is light at the end of the tunnel here. And this is what the enemy has always feared. They've always feared this moment, to where we would stand up in full certainty that we're the children of God and understand that power in of itself ends the curses, literally. Hope. You know, this Friday, Elder Lloyd, we're going to do a 2-hour thing from 1 to 3. I want to do that real quick from Friday. Matter of fact, let's do it from 1 to 3 Friday. And what we're going to do real quick from 1 to 3 this Friday is do a quick update on what's going on in the world outside of the program news that's going on here in America concerning the COVID-19 conspiracy. What is other countries saying about this? I want to go into that. We're going to have some news reports running into, and we're going to have an enrollment run up into October 9th so that brothers and sisters can get into this academy. I don't want you to miss this, folks, because, I mean, the work we're putting together in these studies, in particular, we're doing a lot in this academy because there's a lot of information that we just cannot divulge on YouTube. It's just impossible right now. They won't allow us to bring certain things out and say certain things without destroying the channel altogether. We have to be guarded in what we say. The rules change every day. So we're using the academy as an opportunity to just let it all out without having to worry about the channel being canceled. So not only will you get the lessons, that's our platform. Even when we teach this Friday and Saturday, we have to teach guarded on purpose. I mean, we showed a 2-minute video of Vlad talking about Israelites. And because we talked about ourselves, the channel was suspended for 2 weeks with a strike. So they're just looking for one thing to cancel it all. So we're not going to do that because this has been a lifeline for a lot of you. And through this, YouTube is a pool of all people. And while there's an opportunity, this is one of the most important platforms to be here because the people's here. So I'm going to adjure you. I'm going to beseech you. Get into this academy. Get into this academy. I mean, it helps the work, but outside of helping the work, so much information we can devolve personally on our own platform that we could dare say here. Okay? And with that, I'm going to say, watch around you. Make sure you become more cognizant of who's around your children. Question. Go to the PTA meetings. Go this, that, and the other. Find out when you get the principal's name, when you get the teacher's name, whoever, make sure you do your own Google research on the people that'll be around your children. Go to Facebook and see if they're a part of some covenant or something you don't agree with. Do the due diligence to protect your children in your absence. The witches, now, because if you don't, guess what? The witches are on their job. They're on their job. They're going to do what Satan sent them to do against our children. You do the due diligence. You find out if anyone is in proximity or in an influential position for your child. You find out everything you need to know about them. And then intervene if there's some uncomely spot or something is going on with this person that will actually get in the way of your traditional values. You owe it to them. Or we'll continue to hear these broadcasts concerning what we hear like tonight. Like, boom, where did this come in? Where my child became someone different and picked up witchcraft and started doing this and started doing that. It starts at an early age, and the witches, warlocks, the pedophiles, and the perverts know it. With that, I'm going to say shalom, stay prayed up, sin not. We are closer than a lot of you could ever, that any of us ever believe. We are the generation of light. You are a chosen vessel of the Almighty. Our children are kingdom children. Protect them with everything within you and watch those satanic evil witches. Shalom. Good broadcast. Thank you, other lawyers.
Sir, thank you.
And you know we have to end it with a celebration of who? The children of Israel. And we're back.
The east is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans. We from Puerto Rico, and probably from the islands of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians. Simeon, the Dominicans. The highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. At gunpoint. Together our wives and children that sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled and filled by the river. Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. A highest gathering Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. A highest gathering